Mm, mm. Oh, hello everyone. I'm back again. Another day. Today it's a good day because I woke up by 5 o'clock. So it's actually nice. I'm happy to wake up by 5 o'clock and it's actually great. So let's begin. Let's not waste much time. We'll just begin with our primary tasks. I have my primary task. You also have your own primary task to do. So me and you collaborate together and study together. So let's begin. Yeah,
A.M. Every time you pronounce these two words, you are invoking the name of God.
I am that
You
I
are
am.
applying it to yourself. What you add after the I am is the form that God will take in your life. It is an
I
inflexible
am
mathematical
powerful.
law. If you say, I am poor, you are taking the
I
infinite
am
power
good.
of God and forcing it to
I am
embody
become.
poverty.
I am in the
It is a
process. I am
metaphysical
in the process
blasphemy.
of becoming you.
If you say, I am clumsy, you are condemning divine intelligence to act with clumsiness through you. Watch your I ams as a hawk watches its prey. Never, under any circumstances, end that sentence with something you do not wish to see manifested in your flesh. Even if your body is sick, do
I
not
am
say, I am
empty.
sick. Say, I am going through a purification, but keep your identity high. I am perfect health in essence. You do not lie in saying this. You are affirming spiritual truth, so that physical truth aligns with it. Use the name to elevate yourself. I am the open door that no
I am
man can
so
shut.
gorgeous.
I am the light of the
Why am
world.
I so
I
gorgeous?
am the resurrection and the
Because I am
life.
so gorgeous.
Repeat it until your
I have
cells
been learned
vibrate with the
this.
truth of your origin. Vicey the word diet, the fast of speech. Just as you care for what enters your mouth so as not to sicken the body, you must care for what leaves it so as not to sicken your destiny. I propose a fast of negative words. For 7 days, make a blood pact with yourself. Strictly forbid yourself from using the words of the slave. Eliminate from your vocabulary. Try, attempt. This is the word of anticipated failure. He who attempts does not do. He who tries is admitting he expects to fail. The master does not try. The master does or does not do. Hopefully, I hope, words of doubt. They place power outside of you in chance. Substitute them with I trust or I know. I can't. This phrase closes the doors of the mind. The moment you say it, your brain stops looking for solutions. Substitute it with how can I? But, the killer of the previous sentence, I love you, but substitute it with
Probably thinking
and
of
be
creators
the
with
guardian of
millions
your
and millions
mouth.
of followers.
If you catch yourself saying a foolish thing, stop dead. Say has cancel, cancel, and reformulate the sentence immediately with the truth. At first it will be exhausting, for you will realize that your daily language is rotten with negativity. But as you clean your tongue, you will clean your life. Sever to the seal of silence, the law of hermeticism. There are moments for the decree, and there are moments for the great silence. The ancient alchemists knew that the vessel where the transmutation occurs must be hermetically sealed. If you open the lid ahead of time, the sacred vapor escapes, and the gold does not form. When you have a great desire, a new project, or a nascent love, be quiet. Do not run to tell it to fools. Do not seek the approval of neighbors. Do not expose your tender seed to the wind of foreign opinion. People, in their ignorance or envy, will tell you, that's impossible, be careful, you
Okay,
can't.
these are not the creators I
And their words, like acid, will fall upon your confidence and burn it. Furthermore, there is a hidden mystery. Speaking dissipates energy. The internal pressure you feel for your desire is the fuel necessary to realize it. It is like the steam in a boiler. If you talk too much about what you are going to do, you release it. You release that pressure through your mouth. Your brain feels the satisfaction of having told it and loses the impulse to do it. The chatterbox never achieves anything. The silent man moves the world. Keep your secret. Let the pressure grow within you until it forces you to act. Let your results speak for you. Let your success make the
speak of.
noise.
I'm talking about
Repeat
small.
the blessing to speak well. The word bless, bendicere, comes from the Latin benedicere. It means literally to speak well. The word curse, maldicere, comes from maldicere. It means to speak ill. You do not need to be an ordained priest to bless. You have the priestly power on your tongue. Bless everything you touch. Bless your money when you pay it. so that it serves the one who receives it and returns to you multiplied. Bless your body, even if it hurts, to remind it of its holiness. Bless your food, and the most difficult, bless your enemies. This is not morality, it is spiritual warfare strategy. When someone attacks you and you bless them,
all
you
creators,
create
fitness
an
coaches,
impenetrable
language teachers.
shield of light. Their hatred bounces off your blessing and cannot touch you. By speaking well of them, you rise above their mire. You transform the energy of conflict into energy of grace. Walk through the world as a dispenser of silent blessings. Speak well of the rain. Speak well of the sun. Speak well of the stranger passing by. By doing
Business
this,
consultants,
you
photographers.
permeate your atmosphere with a vibration so high that misfortune cannot breathe in your presence. Zeige, the Creator's oath. Traveler, the word is the double-edged sword that comes out of your mouth. Until today you have cut yourself with it, playing like a child with a sharp weapon. Today we give you the scabbard and the hilt. Make this oath before heaven and earth. From this day forward my mouth shall serve only the truth. My mouth shall serve only the truth of my heart. I will not speak of what I do not want to see. I will not lend my tongue to slander nor complaint. My words shall be seeds of light. When I speak, it shall be to build. And when I cannot build, my silence shall be my offering. The world was made by the word. Your world is made by your word. Speak with care, speak with love, speak with power. Because the universe is listening, and its only response to your voice is, be it so. Let it be done
Gardening
according to
specialists,
your
okay?
word.
I'm 61. I have zero equipment, zero gym membership, and zero excuses. I do Tai Chi 7 minutes a day. This Monday, 9th of February, we're starting the Tai Chi program for beginners.
Chapter 5, The Secret Fire, the Transmuting Emotion. Though I have the gift of prophecy, and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith, so that I could remove mountains, but have not love, I am nothing. 1 Corinthians 13:2. The wind fans the flame, but it is the heat that melts the iron. Thought without fire is like a cold sword. It cuts, but it cannot change its shape. Alchemical aphorism. Contemplate the blacksmith at his forge. He has the heavy hammer, will, in his
People
hand,
with knowledge
and
about
on
a
the
very
anvil rests the iron bar, reality. The blacksmith desires to transform that coarse bar into a noble and sharp sword. He can strike the cold iron with all his might, day and night, until his arms bleed and the hammer breaks. But cold iron is stubborn. It will barely bend, and if forced too much, it will shatter. To mold the metal, the blacksmith needs the primordial element, the fire. Only when the iron is submerged in the burning embers and turns red, white, and liquid does it yield to the
specific
strike of the
topic and with
hammer.
a passionate follow.
It becomes docile, it becomes plastic. You, Creator, have been trying to mold your life by striking cold iron. You have used the force of your intellect. You have repeated words without feeling them. You have visualized dry images in your mind. And you wonder why reality is so hard, why it resists your desires, why it breaks before it changes. It is because you lack the secret fire. You lack the temperature necessary to melt the substance of destiny. That fire is emotion. The ancient alchemists did not seek to turn vulgar lead into metallic gold to enrich
Followers
themselves.
who already know life.
That was the smokescreen for fools. They sought internal alchemy. They sought to transmute the lead of dense emotions, fear, anger, sadness, into the gold of the spirit, love, gratitude, ecstasy. They knew that the universe does not respond to what you think,
And trust them.
but to
These
what
are the
you
type.
feel. Thought gives the form, but feeling gives it life. Today we enter the forge of the heart to light the flame that must never go out. By the clay statue, the dead thought. Legend has it that certain mages could create men of clay to serve them. They modeled the clay with anatomical perfection, eyes, mouth, hands, but the statue remained inert on the ground. It lacked the breath of
For
life.
creators, you should look
It
for
lacked
them.
the heartbeat. A thought without emotion is a clay statue. You can close your eyes and imagine that you are rich. You can see the gold coins piled up. You can see your land stretching to the horizon. But if while you see that, your heart remains cold, or worse yet, if your heart trembles with fear of current poverty, the image dies before it is born. The universe is a great blind hound. It does not see you, it
They
smells
can
you.
make serious
And
money,
the
okay?
scent of the soul is emotion. If you smell of fear, the universe bites you. If you smell of confidence, the universe follows you. It does not matter how beautiful the words are that come out of your mouth. If the vibration contradicts them, the vibration wins. Emotion is the magnetic language. Thought is electric, it sends the signal. Emotion is magnetic, it attracts the event. Without magnetism, the signal is lost in the eternal void. They are the sacred marriage, king and queen. In ancient Hermetic engravings, one often sees the image of a king, the sun, and a queen, the moon, uniting in a mystical fountain. It is the hieros gamos, the sacred marriage. It represents the union necessary for all creation. The king is the intellect, the idea, the pattern, the masculine seed. The queen is the heart, the feeling. The king alone is sterile, the queen alone is chaotic. An idea without emotion is dead philosophy. An emotion without an idea is hysteria or madness. But when the king, a clear idea, lies with the queen, a deep love for that idea, the son is born. The son is the physical manifestation. You must become the priest who officiates this wedding within yourself every day. Do not allow your mind to wander one way and your heart another. If your mind thinks of health, but your heart feels the terror of disease, there is a divorce in your kingdom. And as scripture says, every house divided against itself shall not stand. You must make your heart fall in love with your thoughts. You must seduce your own soul with the beauty of your vision until the heart opens and says, yes,
These are
I
called
accept
micro
this truth.
creators.
When mind and heart become one, the mountain moves. 30. The scale of metals from lead to gold. What is emotion? It is not something that happens to you. It is not the weather. Emotion is energy in motion, emotion. It is the secret fire circulating through your subtle veins. Alchemists classified emotions like metals, from the heaviest and darkest to the brightest and purest. The lead, fear, guilt, apathy. It is dense, it weighs, it paralyzes. It absorbs light and does not reflect it. Whoever lives in lead is a black hole. Nothing can come out of him. The iron, anger, frustration. It is hard, hot, and active.
Creators
It is
with
better
anywhere
than
from
lead
10,000
because it has movement, but it is destructive and rigid. The copper, desire, longing. It is a conductor.
Why do they teach complex mathematics in school, but not how financial markets work? Thursday evening, I'm organizing a free educational workshop about trading. The basics that everyone should know. We'll cover risk management, market analysis, and responsible trading. So, reserve your spot via the link. This coming Thursday evening.
It is the beginning of the search, but longing implies that one does not yet have it. It oxidizes easily with doubt. The silver, peace, acceptance. It is bright, reflective, and valuable. It is the state of calm necessary to see the truth. The gold, love, gratitude, joy. It is incorruptible. It is the solar metal. It shines with its own light. It is the state of total connection with the source. Your task as a creator is not to deny the lead. Lead exists. Your task is to transmute it. You cannot manifest a life of gold if your inner furnace is burning lead. The secret fire is the ability to take a dense emotion, raise its frequency
to 100,000 followers
and turn it into fuel. Through the great secret, there are no bad emotions. Listen well, for this is the mystery that sets the captive free. There are no bad emotions. There is only misdirected energy. Fear is, in essence, a great amount of energy concentrated on a point, focused on what you do not want. It is a very powerful prayer, but inverted. The intensity with which you fear losing a child is the same intensity
talk about a very specific topic,
but applied in the opposite direction. The alchemist does not kill fear. He takes the energy of fear, strips away the label of terror, and uses that pure adrenaline to feed his vision. He says, I feel a great agitation in my chest. I will not call it fear. I will call it excitement before the unknown. I will call it power preparing. By changing the name, he changes the nature of the fire. It stops burning you and starts burning the obstacles. If you feel anger, rejoice. You have plenty of fuel. Anger is the desire for change that has been blocked. Do not suppress it. Do not swallow it, for it will poison you. Take that anger and direct it toward your vision. I am furious with my poverty. Good. I will use this fury not to cry, but to swear that I will never be poor again. I will use this rage as an engine to build my empire. Anger, when sublimated, becomes unwavering determination. The lead has become gold. V, the taste of victory, the feeling of the end. How does pure gold feel?
I'm going to be super honest, transparent, no bullshit, and just keep it 100% real with you guys. If you reach out,
like fireworks, they try to force a hysterical joy, jumping and screaming. That is not gold. That is pyrite, fool's gold. It is superficial and runs out quickly. The true secret fire, the feeling that materializes worlds, is deep relief. It is peace. Imagine you have been carrying a sack of stones for 10 years, and suddenly someone takes
to
it
macro
away.
creators,
What do you feel? You don't jump. You sigh. Your shoulders drop. Your breathing becomes deep. You smile softly. You say, "Thank you, finally it is done." That relief is the energetic signature of manifestation. It implies that the struggle
you
is
will get
over.
ignored.
It implies that you already have it. No one feels relief for something they hope to get. One feels relief for what has already been achieved. Look for that feeling. Close your eyes and imagine the end of your problem. Do not seek excitement. Seek the silence of relief. Bathe in those still waters. That is the most potent magnetic state that exists. The universe cannot resist a mind at peace. Thus anticipated gratitude, the greater magnet. The supreme tool of emotional alchemy is gratitude, but not the gratitude of the common man, who gives thanks after receiving the gift. That is reactive. It is commerce. I speak of the magician's gratitude. The magician gives thanks before seeing. When you give thanks for something that is not yet visible, you are hacking reality. You are sending an unmistakable signal to the cosmos. This has already occurred. Gratitude is the bridge that collapses time. It is impossible to feel gratitude and fear at the same time. They are incompatible vibrations. If your heart is full of thank you, there is no room for worry. Get up every morning and give thanks for perfect health, even if your body hurts. Give thanks for abundance, even if the pantry is empty. Give thanks for love, even if the bed is cold. Do it with such conviction that your eyes fill with tears. Cry with gratitude for what is coming. Those tears are
like, how many times have you ever come to a workshop where someone is like,
the universe, seeing such faith, rushes to bring the object of your gratitude to match your emotion. The universe hates a lie. If you feel truth in gratitude, it will make truth in matter. First, tending the flame, emotional hygiene. The secret fire is sacred, but it is also delicate. The wind of the world blows hard and wants to blow out your candle. News of tragedies, the wailing of neighbors, the envy of the mediocre. All that is cold water thrown upon your forge. You must become the guardian of the fire. Anciently, in the temples, there were virgins or priests whose only job was to ensure that the sacred flame never went out.
For a start, who are these guys? And what's going on here?
If the flame died, the temple fell. You are that priest.
no,
Your
if you do it
chest
this,
is the temple. Your joy is the flame. Protect your emotion as you would protect a newborn. Do not allow just anyone to enter your temple with the dirty shoes of complaint. Stay away from those who love tragedy. Do not drink the poison of bad news before sleeping. If you feel your vibration dropping, stop. Leave everything. Return to silence. Breathe. Remember who you are. Light the flame again with a memory of love or a vision of the future. Do not act. Do not speak. And do not decide anything while your fire is low. Sadness, fear. Decisions made in the cold of fear always create more cold. Wait until the fire is high to forge your destiny. Fate, the offering burning the victim. In every ancient ritual, a sacrifice was required. To obtain the favor of the gods, something had to be burned on the altar. I do not ask you for the blood of a lamb. The universe does not want that. I ask you for a greater sacrifice. You must put your victim on the altar. You must burn your identity of poor me. You must burn your excuses. You must burn your story of pain.
you will actually fail.
Fire
Like, I'm just going to,
requires fuel. What better fuel than your old traumas? Take all your painful past, all the times they told you that you were worthless, all the betrayals, and throw them into the fire of your heart. Watch them burn. Not with resentment, but with purpose. Thank you, past pain, for being the wood that today warms my home. Thank you, darkness, for making my light shine. Let the victim die in the flames, so that the creator can be born from the ashes.
Keep it honest with you.
Be both
The
things at the
only
same time. Fire purifies, fire releases. Chapter 6. The Open Hand. The Law of Detachment. If you want to retain water, do not clench your fist, for it will slip through your fingers. Make of your hand an open cup, and the water will stay with you. Taoist Proverbs. That which you pursue flees from you. That which you set free returns to you, for freedom is the only condition love and abundance accept to stay. Desert Teachings. Contemplate the royal archer. He has drawn the bow with the strength of his arm, intention. He has looked at the target with the eye of an eagle, imagination. He has felt the fire of victory in his chest.
way this is possible. Now,
But now, for the arrow to fly and hit the center, he must do something that seems to contradict all his previous effort. He must let go. He must open his fingers. He must renounce control of the arrow. If the archer loves the arrow so much that he refuses to release the string, or if he is so afraid of failing that his fingers seize up, the shot will never happen. The arrow will fall at his feet, useless. The target is reached only through abandonment. Traveler, you have learned to clean the mirror, to weave on the loom, and to light the fire.
as time goes on,
Find
okay, as
yourself
you
on the threshold, where most apprentices fail. You have created such a beautiful image of your desire. You have fallen so in love with it that you have clung to it with desperation. You squeeze it against your chest. You watch it
do,
day and night.
as you
You are
grow
terrified
in
to
this
lose
endeavor,
it,
okay,
and in doing so, you are suffocating it. The law of detachment, or the open hand, is the supreme lesson of trust. It teaches that one cannot possess what one is not willing to release. It teaches that need is the greatest repellent of creation. Today we will learn to open the hand. We will learn that letting go is not losing. Letting go is the only way to receive. Play the paradox of the sand, the fear of loss. Walk to the beach and take a handful of dry sand. Hold your palm open and flat. The sand stays there, still secure.
and as you stick to this model,
Now, close your fist tightly. Try to secure the sand. Squeeze your fingers with panic so that not a single grain escapes. What happens? The sand begins to slip through the cracks of your fingers. The more you squeeze, the more you lose. In the end, when you open your fist, hardly anything is left. This is the tragedy of the sleeping man. He believes that control
after
is
year 2,
security.
3, 4,
He believes
5,
that worrying, watching, guarding, and manipulating are ways of caring for his desire. He believes that if he stops thinking about his desire for a single instant, it will disappear. But in the realm of the invisible, tension is a blockage. The universe is energy in constant flow. If you contract, fear,
you can go to the largest
attachment,
craters in the world.
interrupt the flow. You become a dam that stops the water, and stagnant water rots. For your desire to manifest, it must have space to breathe. It must be able to move. When you attach yourself with desperation to the result, it has to be this way, it has to be now, I cannot be happy if it doesn't happen. You are emitting a signal of absolute lack. You are shouting to the universe, I do not trust you. I believe this is difficult. I believe it is escaping me. And the Great Mirror, Chapter 1, Faithful to Your Emission, will show you that effectively it is escaping you. The golden idol, the trap of importance. When you desire something too much, you commit a metaphysical sin. You turn your desire into an idol. You put it on a pedestal, very high, unreachable. And you place yourself below, small, kneeling, pleading. Oh, great desire, money, love, fame. You are everything to me. Without you I am nothing. Please come to me. Listen well. Energy never flows upward. Water always seeks the lowest level. If you put your desire above you, you make it energetically impossible to reach. You repel it. You have given it too much importance. You have created an excessive potential, as the sages of transurfing teach. Nature always seeks balance. If there is too much tension at one point, it will send contrary winds to knock that tension down. If you give a life or death importance to a result, the universe, to balance you, will take the result away. Not out of cruelty, but to relieve the tension and return you to the center. To manifest, you must bring the idol down from the pedestal. You must look your desire in the eyes as an equal. You must say, I love you, I choose you, I prefer you, but I do not need you to breathe. My source of life is my own soul, not you. This attitude of healthy indifference or cold intention is irresistible. When you take the dramatic charge away from the desire, it becomes light, and what is light flies fast toward you. First, the hunt of the shadow, pursuing versus attracting. Imagine you want to catch a stray cat. If you run after it shouting, "Come here, I need you," the cat will flee terrified. Your hunter energy turns it into prey, and the instinct of the prey is to flee. But if you sit quietly, take out a little food, and pretend you don't care about the cat, if you go about your business calmly, the cat, moved by curiosity and hunger, will approach you. Your desire is the cat. Most men live in hunt mode. They pursue money, they pursue love, they pursue success. They are exhausted, sweaty, and frustrated. The Creator does not pursue.
Restricts our capacity to live our life to the
To
full.
charge £10 for this book, but you know what? Let me just give it as a complete package. Congratulations for somehow seeing this.
Hi, it's Government here. I'm inviting you to join me in a free webinar. In this webinar, I'll be talking about
The Creator attracts. The Creator becomes the flower full of nectar. The flower does not run after the bee. The flower simply is, and its fragrance, its vibration, forces the bee to come. Detachment is the fragrance of the flower. It is the sign that you are so full, so complete in yourself, that you don't have to steal anything from the world. The world, fascinated by your completeness, runs to offer you its treasures. Stop running, sit on your throne, open your hand. What is for you will find you. For the necessary void, the law of space. For something new to enter your life, something old must leave. It is the law of the void. You cannot fill a cup that is already full of sour wine. First, you must empty it. Many ask for a new love, but they continue sleeping with the ghosts of their ex-lovers, keeping their letters, checking their tracks. Their cup is full of the past. There is no room for the present. Many ask for wealth, but have their houses crammed with broken and useless objects they keep just in case. That just in case is a decree of fear of future scarcity. Detachment is not only mental, it is physical. You must demonstrate your faith by making space. Clean your house. Throw away the old. Give away what you don't use. Pay your debts, energetic and monetary. Forgive grudges. Grudge occupies an immense space in the closet of the soul. By letting go of the old, you create a vacuum of suction. Nature abhors a vacuum. The moment you create a clean space, the universe rushes to fill it. Open the windows. Let the stale air out. Detachment is the cleaning that prepares the arrival of the royal guest. The solitary wanderer, sovereignty. The greatest fear that prevents detachment is the fear of loneliness. We believe we are halves looking for another half. But in the Creator's manual, there are no fractions. You are the one. You were born complete, and you will die complete. All that you add to your life, partner, money, fame, are ornaments, not load-bearing structures. If your happiness depends on an external pillar, you are a slave to that pillar. If the pillar trembles, you collapse. Detachment is the recovery of your sovereignty. It is reaching the point of saying,
And you
I am
can be
happy
taking
with you,
crazy.
but I can also be happy without you. This sounds cold to the sleeping romantic, but it is the purest form of love, because only when you do not need the other can you truly love them. If you need them, you use them. You use them to cover your gap, to calm your fear, to pay your bills. That is not love. It is parasitism. Only he who is full can give.
Splits, crazy cuts, you know. I was speaking to someone
With another without chaining himself. Practice sacred solitude. Find your center. When you discover that your peace is unshakable and does not depend on the external weather, you will have mastered the world. Say the farmer's faith sleeping peacefully. Let's go back to the earth. The farmer sows the seed and then he goes to dinner and to sleep. He does not stay all night at the edge of the furrow, shouting, crying, doubting. He detaches himself. He trusts that the earth will do its work. That detachment is faith in action. If you have done your spiritual work, the previous chapters, your only task now is to go to sleep. Metaphorically, this means Leave the matter alone. Stop talking about your problem. Stop searching for frantic solutions. Stop checking the phone every 5 minutes. Dedicate yourself to living. Dedicate yourself to
I think I mentioned earlier, I was speaking to
play with your
an
children.
individual that does this.
Walk through the forest. By withdrawing your obsessive attention from the problem, you withdraw the resistance. You stop obstructing the universe. Many times the miracle happens just when you forget about the matter. Just when you are distracted doing something else. Why? Because in that moment of distraction you released your fist. Your vibration rose
Works with
from
one creator and makes
to
almost
neutrality. And through that gap of neutrality, the light entered. Seventh, accepting the worst scenario, the death of fear. There is an ancient technique used by the Stoics and the samurai to achieve radical detachment. It consists of looking fear in the face and embracing it. If you are afraid of losing your money, do not run from that thought. Sit down, close your eyes, and visualize that you lose everything. Imagine yourself in ruin, and then in that vision, observe yourself surviving. Observe yourself finding a solution, or
$10
simply
million
being
a
at peace under a
year.
bridge.
And by the way, what's really
Tell
cool about
yourself, even if this happens, I am still me. My spirit is immortal. I will be able to rise again. It is not the end of the world. When you mentally accept the worst possible scenario, when you realize it will not kill you, fear loses its teeth. It can no longer bite you. You become invincible.
Amazon made $638 billion in 2024. Now, the majority of that revenue, 70.1% of it, came from e-commerce. Some of the revenue came from other streams. Audiobooks made about 0.7%, a tiny slice of their revenue. 63% of Amazon's e-commerce sales came from third-party sellers selling on the platform. My name's Ollie, and I've helped some of the top 100.
If what I desire happens, fine. If it doesn't happen, also fine. Nothing can destroy me. That attitude of invulnerability is the maximum detachment. And paradoxically, when you no longer fear losing, you win most. Because fear was the only thing keeping the gain away.
being a co-owner of WAP is I know everyone's numbers, I know everyone's data, so I can validate that this
The creator possesses all things, but nothing possesses him.
works with one creator and makes almost $10 million a year. And by the way, what's really cool about
Gold. But if the gold goes, his smile does not go out. He loves his family, but he knows they are free souls lent by time, not his properties.
being a co-owner of WAP is I know everyone's numbers, I know everyone's data, so I can validate that this is true. So like I actually makes almost $10 million a year. And by the way, what's really cool about
Form changes, the essence remains. If you try to freeze a moment of happiness,
being a co-owner of WAP is
if you try to hold a person so they do not change, you kill them. You kill them or you kill the love. Life is a dance. In the dance, one must let go of the partner to take them again. The movement is perpetual. Be like the river, not like the pond. The river always has new water because it lets the old water go. The pond retains water for fear of drying up. And that is why
I know everyone's numbers, I know everyone's data.
let your money flow. Let your love flow. Let your ideas flow. The more you give, the more you empty the channel for more flow to enter. Stinginess, material or emotional, is spiritual constipation. It is a fatal disease. Open your hand, let go, trust in the inexhaustible source. Says the ritual of the wind. If you feel that attachment burns your hands, if you feel that obsession steals your sleep, perform this sacred act. Go to a high place where the wind blows, or to the seashore. Take in your hands a symbolic object that represents your desire or your problem. A stone, a dry leaf, a written paper. Hold it with strength. Feel all your fear, all your need, all your anguish passing into the object. And then when you are ready, open your hand, throw it into the void, or simply open your palm and let the wind take it away.
So I can validate that this is true.
Say out loud, I release you. I release myself. It is not my will, but the law that governs. If you are for me, you will return transformed into a blessing. If you are not for me, I leave space for what is better. I am complete. It is done. Feel the lightness in your empty hands. Look at your open palms. Now they are ready to receive. You cannot receive a gift with closed fists. Keep your hands open, Creator. The universe wants to fill them. Chapter 7. The Guardian of the Threshold, Fear. That which you most need to find is found where you least want to look. In the cave you fear to enter lies the treasure you seek. Joseph Campbell. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Psalm 23:4. You have walked far, traveller. You have cleaned the mirror of your mind. You have woven in the loom of dreams. You have lit the fire.
So, like, I actually know that this is true.
In your hand to release the arrow. Now you stand before the golden gates of your desire. You can see the light shining through the cracks. You can smell the perfume of victory. You are just one single step away from entering the promised land. But just as you lift your foot to take that final step, an immense shadow rises before you. The air turns cold. Your legs tremble. Your heart pounds against your ribs like a caged bird. A guttural voice whispers in your ear, "You are not worthy. Go back. Here you will die." I present to you the guardian of the threshold. In ancient maps, this is where cartographers wrote, "Ixunt dracones." Here be dragons.
True.
Many
From one
who
single
have walked the path with bravery up to this point see the guardian, throw down their weapons, and flee in terror toward the safety of their old misery. They believe the appearance of fear is a sign that something is wrong. They believe the universe is telling them, "Stop, no entry." What a costly mistake. The presence of the guardian is not a sign of prohibition. It is a sign of confirmation. If fear appears, it means you are about to cross a
partnership,
dimensional portal.
he makes
It means you are about to die as a caterpillar and be born as a butterfly. And the caterpillar always trembles before dissolution. The guardian is not there to stop you. He is there to ask
almost $10 million a year. I actually sent a message.
Walk through me. Today, we will learn to look the beast in the eye and walk through its illusory fire. The anatomy of the shadow. What is the guardian? The guardian of the threshold is not a demon sent by a jealous god. He is not an external enemy. The guardian is a creation of yours. He is the sum of all your unfaced fears, your ancestral doubts.
I'm 61. I have zero equipment, zero gym membership, and zero excuses. I do Tai Chi 7 minutes a day. This Monday, 9th of February, we're starting the Tai Chi program for beginners. Build strength and lose belly fat with just 7 minutes a day. In 1 week, you'll feel it. In 2 weeks, you'll see it. In a month, you'll be turning heads. Start on Monday, February 9th. You in? If you want to surprise everyone in 2026, we start on Monday, February 9th. Tai Chi, made for beginners over 50.
On Monday, February 9th, we're launching a beginner-friendly Tai Chi transformation program for women. With just 7 minutes a day, you'll gently strengthen your body, release stress, and start burning stubborn belly fat. By February 14th, you will feel lighter and more energized. By February 20th, you'll notice your posture and waistline changing. By February 28th, others will start seeing your transformation. By spring, you'll feel connected to your body in a whole new way. All you have to do is open the app.
Earlier today to an individual.
Your new energy and your new body start here.
If I start this Monday, 9th of February, what can I expect? I'm 56. That's the perfect age. Start on Monday, and in a month, you'll look like a different woman. Wait, but I haven't exercised in years.
That's okay.
Tai Chi is specifically built for beginners 50 plus, especially those who've been out of fitness for years.
Wouldn't the gym be better?
No. After 40, gym exhausts you. Tai Chi strengthens, restores, and reshapes you faster than anything you ever did in your 20s.
Do I need equipment?
Nope. Just your body in 8 minutes. Start this Monday and watch your body get younger week by week.
And above all, he is the defense.
21 years old, making $200,000.
Identity. Your ego has a biological mission: to survive. For the ego, surviving means staying in the known. The known, even if it is painful, is safe.
$1,000 a month with this exact same model.
Is perceived by the ego as death. When you are about to manifest a great change, wealth, love, healing, you are, in effect, killing your old self, the poor self, the lonely self, the sick self. The ego panics. It feels itself dissolving, and in its desperation to keep you in the fold of the familiar, it projects a monstrous shadow before you. It projects scenarios of failure, of ridicule, of loss, and of pain.
Okay, so
It creates
that's
an
not.
optical illusion so convincing that it seems solid as rock. But listen well, the Guardian is smoke. He has no real substance. He only has the substance you give him with your belief.
That's not what they were doing when they first started out. Okay, when they first started out, they went for micro creators. Okay,
He will chase you. If you stand firm, he will fall silent. The entrance exam, the test of dignity. Imagine you wish to enter the treasure chamber of a king. At the door are two sentinels armed with crossed swords. They do not let the curious pass, nor the weak, nor those who only want to look. They only let pass the one who walks with the authority of the prince. Fear is that sentinel. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, places this resistance just before success to test your mettle. You cannot handle large amounts of energy, money, power, love, if your vessel is fragile. Fear is the fire that tempers the steel of your spirit. If you crumble at the first threat, it means you are not yet ready to hold the crown. If you flee before doubt, how could you govern a kingdom? The Guardian asks you, who are you? If you answer, I am a poor mortal trying to get lucky, the Guardian will devour you, paralyze you. If you answer, I am the Creator, and you are my shadow, the Guardian will lower his sword and open the door for you. The battle is not physical, it is a battle of identity. Fear is the entry price to the new life, paying it is mandatory. 3. The siren song, the temptation of retreat. The Guardian has many faces. Sometimes he is a terrifying monster, but sometimes, and this is more dangerous, he takes the form of a sweet and seductive voice. It is the voice that tells you, why are you trying so hard? Rest. Go back to how it was. It wasn't that bad. Here you are safe. It is the siren song that tried to shipwreck Ulysses. It is the memory of the flesh pots of Egypt that tempted the Israelites in the desert. They preferred to be slaves with full stomachs than free men going hungry on the way to the promised land. When you are at the threshold, you will feel an irrational nostalgia for your old life. You will forget the pain that made you leave and only remember the security. Your mind will rationalize the flight. Maybe it's not the time. Better I wait until next year. I don't need that much. Do not listen. That is the voice of spiritual death. If you turn back now, you will die inside. The soul that has seen the light and voluntarily returns to darkness withers in bitterness. The pain of regret weighs tons. The pain of fear when moving forward weighs only grams. Choose the lightweight. Cross the threshold. IV. The fear of success, the light that blinds. We usually think we fear failure, but if you look deeply into the abyss of your heart, you will discover a more disturbing truth. What you really fear is to succeed. We fear our own greatness. We fear our own light. Why? Because failure is comfortable. It demands nothing. If you fail, you can continue being the victim. You can keep complaining. You can keep being normal and be accepted by your tribe. But if you succeed, everything changes. If you become rich, you will have responsibilities.
if you go for macro creators,
To learn to
I'm going to be.
maybe your envious friends will abandon you. If you become powerful, you will be visible. You will be judged. You will no longer be able to hide in the crowd. If you heal, you will no longer have the excuse of illness to not live fully. The guardian of the threshold often shows you the loneliness of the summit to scare you. He tells you, if you cross, you will be alone. No one will recognize you. You will lose your people. And in part, it is true. You will lose those who love your smallness. But you will gain those who love your greatness. You must be willing to let your old life die so the new one can be born. You cannot put new wine in old wineskins. Paralysis, the ice in the veins. The physical manifestation of the guardian.
To be honest with you, this model isn't going to work.
You feel you cannot move. You have the idea, you have the plan, but when the moment comes to act.
Have you ever wondered what trading really entails? Beyond all the wild stories and quick promises, I invite you to a free training session this coming Thursday, in which we dive into the world of trading. No fairy tales about getting rich while sleeping, but an honest look at the skill that you can build step by step. Forget the gurus who only share their wins. I'll show you the complete reality, how it works, what the risks are.
To make the call, to sign the paper, to say, I love you, You freeze. It is the ice in the veins. Your body enters an ancestral survival state, fight, flight, or freeze. The sleeping man interprets this paralysis as a sign of inability. I can't do it, I am blocked. The creator interprets this paralysis as accumulated energy. That trembling in your hands is not weakness. It is an excess of voltage. It is the power of God entering a nervous system that has not yet adapted. Do not wait for fear to disappear to act. Fear will never disappear while you are growing. Fear only disappears when you stagnate or die. If you do not feel fear, it is that you are not at the threshold. You are on the sofa. The secret of heroes is not the absence of fear. That is for idiots.
Okay, this training isn't gonna work.
The secret is action despite fear. It is to say, I am terrified, my knees are shaking, but my feet will keep walking forward. Bravery is not a feeling, it is a muscular decision. Vi, the gaze of Medusa facing the monster. How is the guardian defeated? Not by fighting him. If you fight against fear, you feed it with your attention and it gets bigger. Not by fleeing from him. If you flee, he will pursue you eternally and bite your heels. The only way is to stare fixedly at him. In myths, when the hero looks the monster in the eyes and asks its name, the monster loses its power. Do this exercise in the solitude of your room. 1. Sit and close your eyes. Invoke your fear. 2. Give it shape. Visualize.
This methodology isn't going to work. So
is it a black shadow? Is it a wall? Is it an animal? Do not shrink.
Instead, you have to focus on micro craters. Now,
breathe deeply. 4. Look at it directly and ask, what are you trying to protect? What are you warning me about? Listen to the answer. Often it will tell you childish things. I don't want them to laugh at you. I don't want you to be alone. Smile at it with compassion, as you would smile at a scared child.
okay, if you go for macro creators, I'm going to be honest with you, this model isn't going to work. Okay, this training isn't going to work. This methodology isn't going to work. So
you are my advisor, not my captain. We are going to cross. By treating fear with dignity, but without obedience, you transform it. You stop seeing it as an enemy and see it as a clumsy ally. The monster shrinks. It becomes a faithful dog that walks by your side, alert but quiet. Servant, the alchemy of risk leaping into the void. There is a moment in the crossing of the threshold.
Instead, you have to focus on micro craters.
It is the moment of the leap of faith. It is the instant in which Indiana Jones puts his foot into the invisible abyss. It is the instant in which the fool from the tarot card walks toward the cliff looking at the sun. The guardian will shout at you, there is no floor, you will fall. Your logic will shout at you, it's madness, you have no guarantees. And you, creator, must close your ears to reason and listen only to the heartbeat of your intuition. You must leap. There is no other way. You cannot cross the threshold with one foot in safety and another in risk. You must let go of the known shore before you can grab the new shore. There will be a moment in the air.
What actually is a micro creator?
That moment of suspension is the womb of the miracle. If you demand guarantees before leaping, you will never leap. The universe does not give guarantees in advance. It gives rewards afterwards. The net appears after the leap, never before. The ground solidifies under your feet as you walk, not before. Feet, walking through the fire, the final Listen, and will shout at you, there is no floor, you will fall. Your logic will shout at you, it's madness, you have no guarantees. And you, creator, must close your ears to reason and listen only to the heartbeat of your intuition. You must leap. There is no other way. You cannot cross the threshold with one foot in safety and another in risk. You must let go of the known shore before you can grab the new shore. There will be a moment in the air where you will have nothing. That moment of suspension is the womb of the miracle. If you demand guarantees before leaping, you will never leap. The universe does not give guarantees in advance. It gives rewards afterwards.
And by the way, just so you guys understand, another example of a person that did this, Zach.
The ground solidifies under your feet as you walk, not before. Feet, walking through the fire, the final purification. When you finally decide to move forward and walk through the shadow of the guardian, something extraordinary happens. You expect it to be burned, you expected pain. But you discover that the guardian's fire was cold fire. It was an optical illusion, a hologram. You walk through the wall of flames and you do not burn. Only your old clothes burn. Your doubts burn. Your limitations burn. Your old identity burns. You come out the other side naked but clean. You come out reborn. And when you turn around to look at the guardian that terrified you so much, you see he is no longer a monster. Now you see him as he truly is, an angel in disguise. He was there to make sure you left your heavy luggage, your ego, at the door. He was there to purify you. You realized that fear was the fuel you needed to make the leap. Without the fear, there would have been no courage. Without the resistance, there would have been no strength. Giant in the valley of death, persistence in the darkness. Sometimes the threshold is not a moment, but a period. It is the valley of the shadow of death from the psalm. It is when, after taking the leap, things seem to get worse before getting better. It is the darkest night just before dawn. Here the guardian attacks with discouragement.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. But let's get real for a minute. For a start, who are these guys? And what's going on here? The perfect office space?
See, you leaped and look what happened. Nothing. You are worse than before. This is the last test, the test of sustained faith. Winston Churchill said, if you are going through hell, keep walking. Do not stop to camp in the valley. Keep walking. Keep decreeing. Keep visualizing. Your steps echo in the darkness and scare away the demons. You are closer than you think. Most people give up when they are already touching the doorknob of the success door, blinded by the final mist. Not you. You know that the mist is just weather. The sun is still there behind it. Chapter 8. The Valley of Dry Bones. The Appearance of Scarcity. The hand of the Lord came upon me, and he brought me out by the Spirit of the Lord and set me in the middle of a valley. It was full of bones, and they were very dry. And he said to me, Son of man, can these bones live? And I answered, O Lord God, you know. Then he said to me, Prophesy over these bones and say to them, O dry bones, hear the word of the Lord. Ezekiel 37:1-4. Judge not according to the appearance, but judge righteous judgment. John 7:24. You have crossed the threshold. You have looked into the eyes of the guardian of fear, and you have survived. Your heart beats with the strength of victory. You expect with the logic of a child that on the other side of the door of fear you will immediately find green meadows, rivers of milk and honey, and gold shining in the sun. But you open your eyes and what you find chills your blood more than any monster. The desert. You look around you and you see nothing. Your coin account is empty. Your body still hurts. Your bed is still lonely. Friends have left. There is only sand. There is only silence. There is only dry bones bleaching under a ruthless sun. It is the valley of death. It is the place where the promise seems like a cruel lie. It is the place where the echo of your own voice returns empty. Where is my miracle? Where is the abundance I decreed? I have done all the work. I have lit the fire. I have released the arrow, and this is what I receive. Nothingness. Traveler, stop your lament. You have not been abandoned. You have been taken to the place of the final test. The valley of dry bones is not the end of your journey. It is the necessary stage for your greatest masterpiece. Any fool can believe in abundance when their pockets are full. Any coward can believe in health when their body is young and strong. But the Creator, the true master of reality, is the one who can stand in the middle of a cemetery, surrounded by death and ruin, and see life. Today, we will learn to walk through this valley without drinking from the sand of despair. We will learn to prophesy over the bones. By the great lie of the senses, the mirage. Listen to the ancient truth. Your eyes lie. Your physical senses, sight, hearing, touch, are limited informants. They are designed to report the past, not the future. They are designed to perceive the shell of things, not the seed. When you look at your life and see scarcity, you are falling into the trap of the mirage. In the desert, the thirsty traveler sees water where there is only heat. In the valley of dry bones, the ignorant traveler sees death where there is only sleep. Scarcity does not exist in the kingdom of God. It is a metaphysical impossibility. The universe is an inexhaustible source of energy, life, and substance. If you see scarcity, it is because you are looking through a very small keyhole. You are looking at the temporary now, disconnected from the eternal flow. The dry bones you see around you are not the final destination. They are the raw material. The universe has swept your life and left you with the empty space. The carnal mind calls this poverty. The divine mind calls this blank canvas. Do not weep for the bones, rejoice. Because where there are bones, there is structure. And where there is structure, the spirit can weave new flesh. What your eyes call ruin is simply the construction site that has been cleared to build the palace. The angel's question, can these bones live? In the prophet's vision, the spirit asks him a tricky question. Son of man, can these bones live? It is the question that life is shouting at you right now. You look at your unpayable debts. You look at your medical diagnosis. You look at your age. And the voice asks you, can this revive? Can this change? If you respond with your human logic, you will say, no, it is impossible. They are too dry. Too much time has passed. There is no hope. If you respond like this, you seal your destiny. The bones will remain dust and you will join them. But the Creator responds, Lord, you know it. If my word touches them, they will live. Bird. This is the attitude. Do not look at the evidence of death. Forensic evidence will always dictate that it is impossible. But you do not operate under forensic laws. You operate under alchemical laws.
Hi, it's Government here. I'm inviting you to join me in a free webinar. Trauma is not what happened to us. Trauma is what happened inside us as a result of what happened to us. In this webinar, I'll be talking about what I've learned and taught over the decades about trauma, about our trauma restricts our capacity to live our life to the full. It interferes with our emotions, our behaviors, our relationships, and how we feel about ourselves. And I'll be talking about healing, articulating my firm conviction that healing is available to everybody. We're still carrying the imprints. We're still carrying the wounds. But those wounds can be healed in the present, no matter what the past was. In this webinar, I'll be covering issues on mind and body health, about our disconnection from authenticity for the sake of maintaining our attachment to other people, discussing the possibility of returning to our true selves, and also taking and answering your questions. I hope you'll join me then, and you can join by clicking on the link with this note. Take care.
Alchemy is the art of bringing life out of death. You must look at your zero bank account and say, this is a temporary illusion. The truth is that I am
Okay, he partnered with the creator. This
must deny the authority of appearance. Appearance shouts loudly, but it is a giant with feet of clay. A single breath of truth brings it down. Throughout the delay of the shadows, the inertia of matter. Why does this valley exist? Why is manifestation not instantaneous? Remember the chapter on the mirror of smoke. Matter is dense. Matter is slow. What you see today in your physical reality, the dry bones, is the result of your thoughts and emotions from months or years ago. It is your crystallized past. You are walking through the shadow of who you used to be. You have already changed inside. You are fire, you are gold. But your external world is still rearranging itself. It is like a great ship that has turned the rudder. The rudder has already turned, your mind. But the immense mass of the ship takes time to complete the curve. During that turn time, it seems like you are still going in the same direction. It seems like nothing has changed. Do not despair. Do not make the mistake of turning the rudder back, thinking the first turn didn't work. Keep the course. The valley of dry bones is the space between the rudder turn and the course change. If you persist, if you ignore the inertia, the ship will turn. It is physical law. The bones will begin to travel.
creator only had 17,000 followers.
The valley with your head held high, ignoring the crunch of death under your feet, fixing your sight solely on the North Star of your vision. fool, the prophet in the cemetery, your work. What should you do while you are in the valley? Sit and weep? Ask for alms from the dead? No. Your work is to prophesy. To prophesy is not to guess the future. It is to dictate the future. It is to speak to dead matter with
But that was enough to make Zach 6 figures.
Ezekiel did not pray to God to fix the bones. God said to Ezekiel, prophesy you over these bones. The power is in your mouth. Stand in the middle of your scarcity. Stand in the middle of your empty living room or your sick body. And speak. Say, dry bones, hear the word of the I am. I command the Spirit to enter you. I command tendons to appear. I command flesh to cover the structure. I command skin to cover the flesh, and I command the breath of life to enter you. Do it literally. Speak to your money. Grow and multiply. Speak to your cells. Regenerate and shine. Speak to your invisible clients.
Or Andrew, who made 15,000.
East and west. At first, you will feel ridiculous talking to the air in an empty room. The guardian of the threshold, fear, will laugh at you. Reason will call you crazy. But if you hold the decree, you will begin to hear a noise, a dull noise, a shaking of the earth. It is the bones joining, bone to bone. Reality will begin to reorganize to obey the voice of the prophet. But if you are silent before death, death reigns. You must speak life. The fast of the senses, closing the eyes. To survive the valley, you must practice a severe discipline, the fast of the senses. Just as you fast from food to clean the body, you must fast from seeing evil to clean the soul. If you look at the news and see economic crisis, you fill yourself with dry bones. If you listen to your friends complain about how bad everything is, you fill yourself with dust. You must become selectively blind and deaf. When the world shows you an unpaid bill, do not look at it with terror. Look at it as a paper that is already paid in the spiritual plane. Deny the evidence of your senses. Say, my eyes see lack, but my spirit sees provision. I choose to believe my spirit. This is not madness. It is superior sanity. It is understanding that reality is malleable and that observation collapses the wave. If you observe scarcity with emotion, you create more scarcity.
$1,000 in the last 24 hours and over $57,000.
Only as much as necessary so as not to stumble, but do not focus on them. Focus your inner gaze on the living army that those bones are going to be. Maintain the double vision. One eye on the ground to walk, and the other eye on heaven to create. Fear the mockery of the spectators, the comforters of Job. In your journey through the valley, characters will appear, friends, family, realists. They will come to you like the friends of Job, with long faces and false words of comfort. They will tell you, see, we told you that dreaming doesn't work. Come down to earth, accept your fate, be humble. Where is your God now? Where is that wealth you talked about? Their words are poison, they are tests. They are the voice of collective common sense, trying to drag you back to the fold of mediocrity.
Gold has gone up a lot in recent years, but is gold a good long-term investment? Historic.
Do not get angry with them. Do not try to convince them. They cannot see what you
On the niche topic of sober.
You see the sleeping army. Forgive them, for they know not what they do, but do not listen to them. If necessary, move away. Enter your tent and close the entrance. It is better to be alone with your vision in the desert than accompanied by unbelievers who throw water on your fire. Protect your sacred madness. Servant, the crumb trap, conformism. There is a mortal danger in the desert. Hunger makes you lower your standards. You have been walking so long without seeing results that suddenly you find a dry bush with some bitter berries. And your desperation says, well, this is better than nothing. I will settle for this. You ask for great love, and someone appears who treats you halfway well, but they are not what you dreamed of. You ask for great wealth, and a mediocre job appears that barely pays the bills. Careful. It is the test of the crumb. The universe is asking you, are you so desperate you will sell your birthright? Will you sell your birthright for a bowl of lentils? Will you give up the royal banquet for a few crumbs of stale bread? If you accept the crumb and settle, you stay in the desert. You survive, yes, but you do not live. You have aborted the greater miracle out of fear of waiting a little longer. When the crumb appears, blessed, Thank it as a sign that energy is moving, but if it is not what you asked for, let it pass. Say, thank you, universe, for this
What
appetizer.
the?
It confirms the kitchen is open, but I have asked for the main course and I will wait for it. Earthly, the water from the rock, the inner source. Moses, in the desert, struck the rock and water gushed out. This is an allegory of your own spiritual anatomy. In the midst of the external drought, you carry the spring inside. Do not look for water outside. Do not look for the world to give you validation, money, or love to feel good. The world is dry, it is bones. You cannot get blood from a stone, you must go inward. In your meditation, drink from the living waters of your own imagination. Feel the satisfaction inside you. Fill yourself with love for yourself. Generate the sensation of wealth without spending a cent. When you are hydrated inside, the external world begins to moisten.
For
The
living
rock
homes,
splits,
okay?
the manna falls. But the supply always comes from inside to outside. Never go to the world with your empty cup asking for it to be filled. The world will break it for you. Go to the world with your cup overflowing. The moment you stop needing the valley to give you life and begin to give life to the valley with your presence, the valley flourishes. Thought in the wind of the 4 points, the spirit. Let us return to Ezekiel. After speaking to the bones and seeing them join, something was still missing. There were bodies, but there was no life. Then God said, prophesy to the spirit, come from the 4 winds and breathe on these dead, and they will live. This is the final element, divine detachment mixed with the action of the spirit. It is the breath. It is the moment when you stop striving physically and let the ruach, the spirit of wind, do the dirty work. It is invoking the invisible forces. North wind, south wind, bring me my desire. It is recognizing that it is not your human strength that will raise the army, but the vital energy that permeates everything. Relax in the middle of the valley. Feel the wind on your face. You have already spoken. You have already decreed. Now let the wind blow. Do not try to lift every bone with your hands. Trust in the invisible more than the visible. Chapter 9, the echo of the past, inertia. No one who puts his hand to the plow and looks back is fit for the kingdom of God. Luke 9:62. When the great temple bell is struck, the sound lingers long after the mallet has stopped.
He has 39,000 followers on his.
The bell is still being struck. The wise man knows it is only the memory of the bronze vibrating in the air. Teachings of silence. You have sown in the darkness. You have decreed with fire. You have walked through the valley of dry bones, denying death. And yet one morning you wake up and find at your door the same creditor you thought you had banished. You encounter the same argument with your partner. You feel the same pain
Instagram.
in your side
He's the
that you
sort of
healed in your mind. The world seems to mock your work. It shouts, look, you haven't changed anything. You're still the same poor man as always. And you, traveler, feel the chill of disappointment enter your bones. You wonder if the laws are false. You wonder if you have deceived yourself with fantasies of power. You are about to give up. You're about to let go of the plow and return to your old life of slavery. Stop, do not let go of the plow. What you are experiencing is not failure. It is the law of inertia. You are listening to the echo of the past. Imagine an immense ship sailing through the ocean. The captain decides to change course and turns the rudder toward the east. Although the rudder has already turned, the enormous mass of the ship continues moving north for a time, pushed by the previous momentum. If the captain panics and says, the rudder doesn't work, we're still going north, and turns back, the ship will never change course. But if he holds the rudder steady, the bow will eventually obey. Your current reality is that heavy ship. What you see today is not your present creation. It is the residue of your creations from yesterday, from a year ago, from a decade ago. It is the ghost of your old self, refusing to leave the house. Today we will learn to live with the ghost without feeding it, until it vanishes from starvation. And the physics of the shadow, the corpse of time. Understand the nature of time and matter. When you look at the stars in the celestial vault, you know their light has traveled for eons to reach your eyes. It is possible that the star you admire tonight died 1,000 years ago. What you see is its ghost of light. Your life is just the same. Your current situation, your job, your house, your body, is the light of a dead star. It is the physical manifestation of the thoughts and emotions you held in the past. When you decide to change, when you light the secret fire and assume a new identity, a new I am, you emit a new light. But the old light is still traveling toward you. The echo is the time it takes for the new reality to overlap the old one. During this period, you will live in two worlds. You will feel like a king inside, but you will see rags outside. You will feel health, but the mirror will show disease. The mortal error of the initiate is to react to the echo as if it were the present voice. If the echo insults you when old debt arrives, and you react with fear and anger,
Creator that I am referring to, okay?
you are renewing the cycle. You are giving fresh life to the ghost. For the echo to die, it must find a wall of silence. Feather weight of the chain, the habit of being. You do not only fight against the slowness of matter, you fight against the inertia of identity. You have spent years building a personality. You have repeated the story of who you are thousands of times. I am sickly. I am shy. I always have bad luck. These statements have created deep ruts in the path of your mind. They are like the wheels of a cart that always pass through the same place.
I'm 61. I have zero equipment.
Now, again, all these examples are
zero excuses. I do Tai Chi 7 minutes a day. This Monday, 9th of February, we're starting the Tai Chi program for beginners. Build strength and lose belly fat with just 7 minutes a day. In 1 week, you'll feel it. In 2 weeks, you'll see it. In a month, you'll be turning heads. Start on Monday, February 9th. You in? If you want to surprise everyone in 2026, we start on Monday, February 9th. Tai Chi made for beginners over 50.
On Monday, February 9th, we're launching a beginner-friendly Tai Chi transformation program for women. With just 7 minutes a day, you'll gently strengthen your body, release stress, and start burning stubborn belly fat. By February 14th, you will feel lighter and more energized. By February 20th, you'll notice your posture and waistline changing. By February 28th, others will start seeing your transformation. By spring, you'll feel connected to your body in a whole new way. All you have to do is open the app, breathe, and follow the flow. Your new energy and your new
creators who
body
are already monetizing.
If I start this Monday, 9th of February, what can I expect? I'm 56. That's the perfect age. Start on Monday, and in a month, you'll look like a different woman. Wait, but I haven't exercised in years.
That's okay. Tai Chi is specifically built for beginners 50 plus, especially those who've been out of fitness for years.
Wouldn't the gym be better?
No. After 40, gym exhausts you. Tai Chi strengthens, restores, and reshapes you faster than anything you ever did in your 20s.
Do I need equipment?
Nope. Just your body in 8 minutes. Start this Monday and watch your body get
The
younger.
audiences with a digital product.
What do I do first?
Tap the screen, grab the app, and begin this Monday, 9th of February.
Stop eating beetroot like this, and most people don't notice. Recently, scientists said something shocking. Beetroot should not be eaten by everyone.
The earth has hardened. The path is deep. When you try to pull the wheel out of the rut to go over fresh grass, the old earth pulls you down. It wants you to return to the known path. Your old self does not want to die. It has an instinct for preservation. It knows that if you become the creator, the victim self will cease to exist. That is why,
Which is about 1%.
The old self throws its hooks. It sends you thoughts of doubt. It provokes you with old temptations. It makes an old toxic love appear just when you were healing. It makes you lose money just when you felt abundance. It is a test of resistance. It is gravity trying to keep the rocket on the ground. To escape gravity, you need a constant propulsion force greater than the resistance. You cannot take off halfway. If you doubt in the middle of takeoff, you crash. You must burn all the fuel of your faith until you break the atmosphere of habit. Third, the cry of the beast, the extinction
Of all
of
micro creators, okay?
There is a phenomenon known by beast tamers. When you try to take a vice away from an animal, just before surrendering, the beast becomes more ferocious than ever. It throws out one last roar, one last desperate bite. In the alchemy of the
party.
mind,
As a
this is
99
called the extinction burst. When you decide to ignore your old reality and focus on the new one, it is very likely that suddenly everything seems to worsen drastically. Debts pile up, illness sharpens, chaos breaks out in your home. The fool says, I have
9%
done
of
the
creators,
work
they
wrong.
could be
The universe is punishing me. The wise man smiles and says, it is the sign. The beast is dying. This sudden chaos is not the end. It is the death rattle of the old pattern. It is the old system collapsing to make room for the new. It is the dust that rises when an old building is demolished. Do not be frightened by the dust. Do not be frightened by the noise. If the echo screams louder, it is because it is moving away. Maintain calm in the center of the storm. Do not react. Do not get emotionally hooked. Say, I see you, old reality. You are making a lot of noise because you know your time is up. Scream all you want. I don't live here anymore. Evie the double life, walking between two worlds. During the time of the echo, you must become a walker of two worlds. You must live a double life. Your physical body will inhabit the world of dry bones and past echoes. You will have to go to work at that job that no longer fits you. You will have to pay the bills of the old scarcity. But your spirit will
making
inhabit
as
the
much money
palace.
as the ones I just
It
showed
will
you, but
inhabit the palace of imagination. This is the highest discipline. To be in the world but not of the world. When you walk through the streets of your old life, do it like an actor playing a role in a play that is about to end. Fulfill your duties, be kind, pay your taxes to Caesar, but do not identify with the character. Inside, wear the robes of the king. Inside, maintain the internal conversation of the man who has already triumphed. If someone asks you, how are you? You look bad. Respond with an enigmatic smile. I am better than I look. I am in transition. Do not deny physical reality to the eyes of others, but deny it in your heart. Withdraw your consent. For something to have power over you, you must give it your consent. You must say, this is true. If you say, this is a temporary fact, but it is not my truth,
they're missing
you
out.
pull the
Okay, the
wolf's
thing that
teeth. You turn it into a shadow without substance. V, the silence of the master, starving the echo. How do you stop an echo? Not by shouting at it. If you shout, shut up at the echo will answer, shut up. The only way
they're
to
missing
kill
is
an
someone
echo is
like
to
you to
emit
help
no
them put a
sound.
digital product in place.
Silence. When the old reality brings you problems, practice non-reaction. This is the most difficult thing you will ever do. Your instinct will want to fight, cry, defend itself, seek culprits. All of that is food for the echo. It is fresh energy that keeps the wheel of ancient karma spinning. You must become transparent. You must be like water. If you strike water with a sword, the water is not wounded. It simply opens and then closes again. An unexpected bill arrives. Reaction of the old self. Panic. Calling friends to complain. Insomnia. Rage against the system. Result, more debts in the future. Action of the creator. Silence. Breathing. This is the echo of my old consciousness of scarcity. I pay it with gratitude and give it no more thought. Indifference is the deadly weapon against evil. Evil feeds on attention. If you ignore it, if you deprive it of your gaze and your emotion, it dries up and dies. Starve your problems. Turn your back on them. Focus your face on the light. Fill a new song, sowing the fresh sound. While you ignore the old echo, you must constantly emit the new note.
Why do they teach complex mathematics in school, but not how financial markets work? Thursday evening, I'm organizing a free educational workshop about trading. The basics that everyone should know. We'll cover risk management, market analysis, and responsible trading. So, reserve your spot via the link. This coming Thursday evening. The training is purely educational and absolutely not financial advice. Sign up now via the link below.
Amazon made $638 billion in 2024. Now, the majority of that revenue, 70 point.
Imagine an orchestra that has been playing a funeral march for years. You are the director. You want them to play the Ode to Joy. You lower the baton and give the new order. Some musicians start to play the new song, but others continue the march. The sound is cacophonous. It is a disaster. If you get frustrated and stop, they will return to the funeral march because it is what they know how to play well. You must keep directing the ode to joy with more strength, with more passion, ignoring the dissonant noise until everyone joins the new melody. Your life is that orchestra. You must sing your new song, your decrees, your gratitude, your vision, louder than the noise of circumstances. You must be persistent. Do not sing 1 day on and 3 days off. The echo is constant. Your new song must be constant. Sing in the rain. Sing in the dark. Sing until your voice is the only thing heard. Sing until matter, seduced by the beauty of the new melody, begins to dance to your rhythm. So let's go the mirror test, holding the gaze. Stand in front of the mirror. You see wrinkles, you see tiredness, you see sad eyes. That is the echo. Now perform an act of magic. Smile. Straighten up. Look through the physical eyes toward the eternal being that dwells within. Tell that reflection, "You don't fool me, I know you are an old mask." Underneath you, youth and power are budding. You must learn to overlap the 5D vision over the 3D vision. It is like seeing a slide projected onto a wall. The wall is dirty, old reality, but the slide is pure light, new reality. If you focus on the wall, you see dirt. If you focus on the light, you see the divine image. Train your eye to see only the slide. When you look at your partner and they scream at you, do not see their face of anger, wall. See the loving being you desire them to be, light. Speak to that invisible loving being. Ignore the visible angry being. Eventually their own nobility will wake up to meet your expectation. Force the mirror to change by you holding the grimace of victory long enough. Thirsty with the anchor of the name, identity. Inertia feeds on your name. Not your first name, but the name you secretly identify with. I am the victim. I am the loner. I am the struggler. As long as you respond to that name, the echo will have power over you. It is like a dog that comes when called. If the world shouts victim and you turn, you accept it. You must change your secret name. When circumstance shouts, "Hey you, the one who always loses money," do not turn your head. Do not respond. That is not your name. That man is dead. You are the creator of abundance. You only respond to the call of wealth. If the call is not for the king does not bother. This refusal to identify breaks the chain of karma. Karma is simply inertia. It is the law of repetitive cause and effect. But you, as a divine being, are above karma. You can step off the wheel at any moment by declaring a new identity. The echo looks for its old owner. If it doesn't find him, it dissolves. Chapter 10. The Alchemy of Memory, Healing Yesterday. God demands that what has passed be again. Man is not just the result of his history, he is the writer of it. If the ink has dried crooked, the master has the power to erase and write again, for in the eternal now, the past is as fluid as the future. Book of Mysteries. Do not say it happened this way and cannot be changed. Say instead, this is how I remember it, and therefore this is how I keep it alive. Change the memory, and you will change the life. Teachings of the Alchemist. Traveler, you have learned to face fear at the threshold and to walk through the valley of scarcity, ignoring the drought. You have learned to silence the echo of the past that screams in your present. But there is a magic even deeper, an art forbidden to cowards but essential for kings, the art of rewriting history. The common man lives under the tyranny of the fact. He says, I was hurt when I was a child. My father abandoned me. I failed in that business. I lost my love. He carries these events like one carries a sack of sharp stones on his back. He believes that the past is a marble statue, carved, cold, and immovable. He believes that what is written, and that his only option is to endure the scars with dignity or weep over the ruins. But I tell you, the past is not marble, it is clay. The past is not dead, it is alive in you. What you call past is not a physical place you can go to. It does not exist anywhere in the material cosmos. It only exists in one place, your memory. And memory is not a faithful record of reality. It is a creative act. It is a painting that you retouch every time you look at it. If you change the painting in your mind, you change the vibration you emit today.
So if you want to make a remote income from home, and you're a beginner, meaning right now you have a 9 to 5 job or you're self-employed, you need to know this one concept because there's a new and better way to make an income online with a 100-year-old strategy we called flipping. You know when you go to the TV, you turn it on, you see these people that buy houses, do them up, and sell them. You're like, but Tom, that needs money. I need a bank loan, I need credit checks, I need construction knowledge. Yes, you do, with the traditional way. But what if I told you that everyday people all around the UK, in fact, all around the world, are quietly tapping in to this billion-pound industry, which is called matchmaking? Other people call it wholesaling, sourcing, it doesn't really matter. But the fact is, you can do it with only your smartphone and 5 hours.
And if you change today's vibration, you change tomorrow's destiny. Today I will hand you the pruning shears of the mind. You will learn to enter the garden of your memories, which is full of briars and thorns, and to prune the ugly to graft the beautiful. You will learn that it is never too late to have had a happy childhood. You will learn the alchemy of memory and the tyranny of Chronos, circular time. To understand this art, you must free yourself from the illusion of linear time. You have been taught that time is an arrow that goes from the past to the future, and that what the arrow has already touched cannot be untouched. But the initiates know that time is circular. It is an eternal now. Everything you have lived, and everything you will live, is occurring simultaneously in the vast mind of God. When you remember an offense from 20 years ago, you are not looking back. You are bringing that event into the now. You are reactivating the same chemical poisons in your blood, the same tension in your muscles. You are bringing the same sadness into your heart. For your body and for the universe, that offense is happening today. You are reliving, giving life again to the trauma. Every time you tell your sad story to a friend, you are watering the weed. You are fattening the monster. You become an accomplice to your executioner. For he hurt you once, but you have hurt yourself 1,000 times more by remembering the blow. The alchemist breaks this vicious circle. He understands that if he can alter the memory in the now, he alters the effect that memory has on his life. If he neutralizes the poison at the root of the past, the tree, the present, heals instantly. Say the garden of the mind, the weeds. Imagine that your mind is a sacred garden. The events of your day are seeds that fall into the fertile soil of your subconscious before you sleep. Some seeds are beautiful flowers, a smile, a success, a kiss. Other seeds are thistles and thorns, an argument, a loss, a mistake, a shame. The sleeping man goes to bed without checking his garden. He lets all the seeds, good and bad, sink into the black earth of sleep. During the night, the subconscious waters everything equally. The next morning, the man wakes up and finds that his garden is overrun with weeds. The thistles have choked the flowers. His life becomes a thorny chaos, and he asks himself, why do I have such bad luck? It is not bad luck, it is bad gardening. The Creator, before surrendering to sleep, walks through his garden. He observes the seeds of the day. He sees the flower and blesses it. Grow, multiply. He sees the thistle, the argument, the fear, and says, you have no place here. And with the pruning shears of his imagination, he cuts the thistle at the root. He does not allow the seed of evil to take root in his world of tomorrow. 3. The pruning shears, the technique of revision. This is the supreme technique, taught by the ancients under the veil of secrecy. It is called revision. It consists of rewriting the script of your life. The nightly ritual. At the end of the day, retire to your chamber of silence. Review the events of the day in reverse order, from night to morning. Stop at the moments that were discordant. Did you receive a letter with bad news? Did someone yell at you? Did you feel sick? Do not accept those facts as final. In your imagination, rewrite the scene. Take the letter mentally and change the words. Where it said debt, read paid. Where it said rejection, read acceptance. Visualize the scene of the argument, but change it. Imagine that person smiled at you and said kind words. Imagine that you responded with wisdom and peace. Repeat this new imaginary scene over and over. Give it life. Feel the satisfaction you would have felt if it had really happened that way. Do it until the new scene has the tone of reality. Until your memory accepts the graft. By doing this, you change the impression the event left on you. You clean the emotional stain. You go to sleep with the vibration of success, not failure. And because the universe responds to your vibration, tomorrow will be formed based on your revised memory, not on the original physical fact. I have seen rejection letters transform into acceptances days after a revision. I have seen medical diagnoses change. I have seen broken relationships heal. IV, the objection of truth. Am I lying to myself? Here the dog of reason barks furiously. But that's a lie. That didn't happen like that. You're deceiving yourself. The reality is that they yelled at you. The reality is that you lost the money. Listen well, apprentice. What is truth? For the man of flesh, truth is physical facts. For the man of spirit, truth is what he decides to create. If you accept physical facts as your God, you will always be a slave to history.
I'm 61. I have zero equipment, zero gym membership, and zero excuses. I do Tai Chi 7 minutes a day. This Monday, 9th of February, we're starting the Tai Chi program for beginners. Build strength and lose belly fat with just 7 minutes a day. In 1 week, you'll feel it. In 2 weeks, you'll see it. In a month, you'll be turning heads. Start on Monday, February 9th. You in? If you want to surprise everyone in 2026, we start on Monday, February 9th. Tai Chi, made for beginners over 50.
On Monday, February 9th, we're launching a beginner-friendly Tai Chi transformation program for women. With just 7 minutes a day, you'll gently strengthen your body, release stress, and start burning stubborn belly fat. By February 14th, you will feel lighter and more energized. By February 20th, you'll notice your posture and waistline changing. By February 28th, others will start seeing your transformation. By spring, you'll feel connected to your body in a whole new way. All you have to do is open the app, breathe, and follow the flow. Your new energy and your new body start here.
If I start this Monday, 9th of February, what can I expect? I'm 56. That's the perfect age. Start on Monday, and in a month, you'll look like a different woman. Wait, but I haven't exercised in years.
That's okay. Tai Chi is specifically built for beginners 50 plus, especially those who've been out of fitness for years.
Wouldn't the gym be better?
No. After 40, gym exhausts you. Tai Chi strengthens, restores, and reshapes you faster than anything you ever did in your 20s.
Do I need equipment?
Nope. Just your body in 8 minutes. Start this Monday and watch your body get younger week by week.
So, what do I do first?
Tap the screen, grab the app, and begin this Monday, 9th of February.
You've always wanted to become an author, but if you're like most people, there are 3 main reasons why you haven't done it. You're not a natural-born writer. You don't have time to write a 500-page novel, and you have no idea how to actually publish the books you write. If that's you, then listen up, because right now, there's a growing wave of people who are becoming paid authors without worrying about any of those roadblocks I just mentioned. Instead, they're using AI to publish written digital assets on Amazon. They're like regular people, like stay-at-home parents, retirees, and corporate professionals. Many of them have no writing experience, no publishing background, and no crazy tech skills. They just had a desire to learn and willingness to follow step-by-step process. So if that sounds right up your alley, then here's what you need to know. Very soon, Colin Marie, the expert behind this method, is hosting a free online event where she's revealing exactly how it all works. She's sharing the same system thousands of people are using right now to build income streams from home without ever becoming real authors. So if that sounds interesting to you, then tap the link below to save your seat on the next page, and I'll see you at the event.
If you use your imagination to create a higher truth, you become master. You are not denying that, in the 3D physical plane, an unpleasant event occurred. What you are doing is denying it copyright over your future. You are saying, in the flesh it happened like this, but in the spirit where I govern it happened like that. And as the spirit dominates the flesh, my revised version will overwrite the old version. It is not a lie, it is correction. It is like an editor who finds a spelling error in a manuscript. He does not leave the error out of respect for the fact that it was written. He erases it and writes the correct word. Your life is the manuscript. You are the editor. Correct the errors. Do not worship them. The alchemical forgiveness, dropping the burning coal. Revision is the highest form of forgiveness. Traditional religious forgiveness is often weak. It says, I forgive you for what you did to me, but I don't forget that you are bad. That leaves the wound open. Alchemical forgiveness says, in my revised reality, you never hurt me. In my new memory, you were kind. Therefore, there is nothing to forgive. This is radical. If you revise the past and change the villain for a friend in your mind, the resentment disappears because the cause of the resentment has been eliminated from your psyche. Holding a grudge is like holding a burning coal with the intent of throwing it. You are the one who gets burned. Revision is dropping the coal, or better yet, transforming the coal into a rose. If you have a father who was cruel in your childhood, do not carry that pain to the grave. Go to your meditation. Travel back in time. Enter your childhood home. Visualize your father being loving, wise, and tender. Hear him say the words he never said. I love you, son. I am proud of you. Feel the hug he never gave you. Cry in that imaginary embrace. Make it real. By doing so, you heal the inner child who lives in you today. You free your father from his role as a tyrant in your mental theater. And often, if the father is alive, his behavior toward you will change miraculously, because you have stopped scripting him as a monster. Thus the domino effect, changing the present from behind. Imagine a row of dominoes falling one after another. The tile that falls today, your present, is pushed by the tile from yesterday, your past. If you don't like how your life falls today, you feel insecure, sad, poor. It is because the tiles from behind come with that inertia. If you try to stop the last tile with your hand, it will cost you a lot of effort. Revision allows you to go back, pick up a fallen tile, and change its direction. If you change the cause, the effect must change. If you revise your past and implant the memory of having always been successful. If you remember being confident and loved, your subconscious will accept that new database. You will begin to walk with the confidence of a winner. You will speak with the confidence of one who has never been rejected. And the world, which responds to your vibration, will start treating you like a winner. You will have changed your lineage, your history, and your destiny simply by changing your mind. Seventh, the redemption of lineage, family ghosts. Our heaviest chains are usually inherited. We carry the sorrows of our mothers and the rages of our fathers. We believe that we are this way due to genetics or upbringing. The alchemy of memory allows you to break the generational curse. You can revise not only your life but the lives of your ancestors. Visualize your mother happy, young, and fulfilled instead of the sacrificial woman you remember. Visualize your grandparents in abundance. By elevating them in your mind, you free them from the purgatory of your memory. You give them dignity, and by healing the root of the tree, the branches receive new sap. You receive new and sweet sap for yourself and your children. You are not condemned to repeat your parents' story. You have the pen in your hand. You can write a happy ending for them in your heart, and that will write a happy beginning for you. 30. The time traveler, the final freedom. Traveler, understand your power. You are not a victim of history, you are a time traveler. Your consciousness can move forward, future imagination, and backward, past revision. The present is only the meeting point, where you decide which reality you are going to inhabit. If your past is full of ruins, do not build your house on them. Clean up the debris. Revise your history until it is a story of glory. Tell yourself, I was not that abused child. I was a warrior spirit learning strength. I was not that abandoned woman. I was a queen learning sovereignty. Change the narrative. The universe does not judge if your story is real or invented. The universe only copies the story you tell it. Tell it a story of victory. Time to practice of the pruning daily exercise.
Why doesn't every house in the UK have filtered tap water? The number one reason is not about cost, installation, or availability. It's actually because most people don't know they can get a brand new self-installation under-sink water filter from Water2. People just assume they have to pay thousands of pounds to get an under-sink filter and thousands more to get them installed. So they settle for bottled water or filter jugs. But the truth is, you can get an award-winning under-sink filter for the equivalent of 35 pence a day. You install it yourself in less than 10 minutes. No plumbing skills needed, and only replace the capsule once a year. It's really that simple. Click the link below to try it for 100 days, risk-free. A man with varicose veins used a grounding well mat for 2 weeks. Here's what happened. After 1 second, his vein valves becomes stimulated as the Earth's natural energy helps to balance the electrical charges in his lower legs, improving circulation and reducing tension in his leg muscles. After 15 minutes, the blood starts flowing in the correct direction and stops pooling around his legs. After 5 days, he is in less discomfort as the Earth's healing energy revives his natural blood circulation in his lower body. And after 2 weeks, his varicose veins have significantly reduced. The swelling in his legs has noticeably decreased, and he is able to live life like his old self again. The mat is 50% off and comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Try grounding for yourself. Click to learn more.
Do not let a single day pass without using the shears. Before your eyelids close at night, ask yourself the question, has there been anything today that was not worthy of a king? If the answer is yes, prune it. Cut the unpleasant scene from the movie of your day. Film a new scene where everything turned out perfect, and fall asleep with that new movie playing in your head. If you do this every night, you will start to notice something miraculous. Your mornings will be lighter. You will wake up without the emotional hangover of yesterday. Your future will stop being a repetition of your past mistakes, because the mistakes will have been erased from the vibratory record. You will become a being without karma. You will become a free being. Chapter 11, The King's Garments, the Law of Assumption. Let the weak say, I am strong, for it is not by the strength of the muscle, but by the authority of the declaration that man rises from the dust. Joel 3:10. No one sews a piece of unshrunk cloth on an old garment, otherwise the new piece pulls away from the old, and a worse tear is made. And no one puts new wine into old wineskins. The new wine must be put into new wineskins. Mark 2:21-22. Contemplate the tragedy of the amnesiac prince. Son of the great emperor, heir to all the provinces of the sun, he got lost in the forest as a child and forgot his name. He was raised by beggars. He learned to walk hunched over, to lower his gaze, to reach out his hand for scraps. He learned to sleep in dirty straw. He wears stinking rags. His skin is covered in grime. His language is vulgar, but his blood remains royal. His DNA still contains the code of the throne. One day, a messenger from the palace finds him and whispers in his ear, You are not a beggar, you are the king. The man, stunned, believes the messenger. His heart races, but here is where most fail. The man says, I am the king, but he continues wearing his rags. He continues sleeping in the straw. He continues begging from passers-by, though now he says, Please, a coin for this king. People laugh at him, they call him crazy, and he, frustrated, cries out to heaven, The promise was false. I am still poor. Foolish man, you cannot be king in a beggar's garments. You cannot receive the honor of the throne if you smell like a stable. The universe does not respond to your inherited title, your divine potential. It responds to the garments you are wearing, your current state of consciousness. If you wear the consciousness of poverty, you will be treated as a poor person, even if you are a child of God. If you wear the consciousness of disease, you will be treated as a sick person. The law of assumption is the supreme act of changing clothes. It is the act of taking off the dirty rags of your old identity. It is putting on with audacity and without anyone's permission the purple robe of your fulfilled desire. It is not enough to want to be king. You have to assume that you already are. Today we will learn to dress for glory. The fallacy of becoming, the unattainable horizon. The The greatest obstacle between you and your desire is the idea of the future. The sleeping man thinks, someday I will be rich. Someday I will heal. I am working to become. These phrases seem noble, full of hope, but they are deadly traps. Becoming is a carrot tied to a stick in front of the donkey. The donkey walks and walks, but the carrot is always at the same distance. If you say, I am going to be, you are confessing, I am not now. And the universe, which is a faithful mirror of the now, confirms to you, exactly, you are not. Keep walking. For the Creator, there is no future. The future is a hallucination of time. Only the eternal now exists. Everything that is possible already exists in this moment, in the invisible plane. If you want to be something, you must be it now. You cannot wait for circumstances to change your identity. You must change your identity so that circumstances change. You must dare to assume the dignity of the fulfilled desire before there is a single physical proof of it. This is the madness of saints and the wisdom of gods. In the wardrobe of the soul, you choose your attire. Imagine that your soul is a body of pure light, without form, without attributes. It is neutral. In the Father's house, there is an immense wardrobe. Hanging there are infinite suits, infinite identities, or states of consciousness. There is a suit called the beggar. There is a suit called the tyrant. There is a suit called the beloved. There is a suit called the tycoon. There is a suit called the victim. You are free to put on whichever suit you want. To the Father, it does not matter. He loves you just the same, naked as dressed.
Dreaming of more? Shop Wayfair for more savings, more shapes and sizes, more storage, more options for more budgets. Make your bedroom more you at wayfair.co.uk.
Don't buy that iPhone on back market unless you've got a thing for making bad decisions. Me, I made a scandalously reasonable decision. iPhone 15, refurbished, 50% less than new. Honestly, it's kind of offensive to the new one. I delivered in 48 hours. Didn't even give me time to regret it. And look at this, they've got everything. Even iPads with 12-month seller warranty. If I'd known it sooner, I'd have gifted one of them to my exes. They survive longer than any of my relationships. Thank you, back market. I made a smart purchase for once. Feels weird.
But once you put on a suit, you must accept the consequences of that suit. If you put on the victim's suit, the world will treat you with injustice. This is because the suit attracts blows. If you put on the successful suit, the world will open doors for you because the suit attracts keys. The problem is that you have been wearing the limited man suit for so long that you believe it is your skin. It has stuck to your flesh, it smells like you, it feels comfortable even if it itches. When you try to put on the king's suit, you feel like an imposter. You feel like you are in a costume. Who am I trying to fool? Whispers the dog of reason. Look underneath, you are still the same failure. The law of assumption requires you to ignore that initial discomfort. It requires you to take off the old rags and burn them. It requires you to put on the royal robe and wear it until it stops feeling like a costume and starts feeling like your own skin, until you forget you were ever a beggar. Freed appropriation, the robbery of the kingdom. The kingdom of heaven is not earned by merits, it is taken by storm. Ancient scripture says, the kingdom of heaven suffers violence, and the violent take it by force. This violence is not physical, it is the violence of spiritual boldness. It is the audacity to appropriate something that your senses deny you. The religious man asks, please God, if I am worthy, give me health. The mystical man assumes, I am health. It is my birthright. I put it on now. Thank you. Assumption is an act of legal appropriation. You do not wait to be given the title. You grant it to yourself. You walk down the street assuming you are the person you desire to be. You breathe like that person. You look people in the eye like that person. You react to news like that person. If you desire to be rich, you cannot keep buying bread with the anguish of the poor man who counts coins. You must buy bread with the tranquility of the millionaire who knows there is more where that came from. Even if your pocket is almost empty, your attitude when spending the last coin must be of total confidence. That attitude is the mantle, and the universe, seeing the mantle, rushes to fill the pocket so that it matches the dignity of the wearer, thus denying the evidence divine blindness. Here we reach the Creator's test of fire. You have put on the mantle of health. You have assumed, I am strong. But the next morning, the pain returns. The mirror shows you paleness. The doctor gives you a bad report. Your senses shout, lie, you are not strong. Look at the blood, look at the fever. The Creator must practice divine blindness. He must look at the evidence and say, I do not know you. He must say to his senses, you are liars. You report the past. I live in the truth of my assumption. This is the most difficult thing a human being will ever do, to trust his imagination more than his facts. If you take off the mantle every time reality contradicts you, you will never manifest anything. You will be like the man who plants a seed and digs it up every hour to see if it grows. You must sustain the assumption against all odds. Even if the world falls to pieces around you, you maintain the posture of the king. If you persist in the assumption, physical reality, which is plastic and obedient, will have no other choice but to reorganize itself to reflect your new identity. The mirror cannot show a beggar if the one in front of it is a king. If the mirror takes time to change, it is only due to the density of the glass. Time. Wait. Be naturalness, the secret of royalty. There is a subtle secret that distinguishes the dreamer from the creator. Naturalness. Imagine a man pretending to be rich. He goes around shouting, I have a lot of money. Look at me. I am fabulous. He wears flashy clothes, speaks loudly, strives to impress. What does that reveal? It reveals insecurity. It reveals that deep down he feels poor. The costume is noisy. Now imagine a king who has been king since he was born. He doesn't go around shouting, I am the king. He simply is. It is natural for him. He doesn't get excited about sitting on the throne. It is his usual chair. He is not surprised when the banquet is served. It is his normal dinner. Assumption must reach the point of naturalness. If you are still excited or anxious about your desire, it means you have not yet fully assumed it. You still see it as something external and extraordinary. To manifest it, you must make it ordinary. You must feel that having that wealth, that love, or that health is the most normal thing in the world for you. Of course I am healthy. What else could I be? Of course I am loved. It is my natural state. When you reduce importance and increase naturalness, you eliminate resistance. The universe flows without obstacles where there is naturalness. Wear the suit until it fits comfortably, until you don't have to think about it. Face the internal conversation.
Why do they teach complex mathematics in school, but not how financial markets work? Thursday evening, I'm organizing a free educational workshop about trading. The basics that everyone should know. We'll cover risk management, market analysis, and responsible trading. So, reserve your spot via the link. This coming Thursday evening. The training is purely educational and absolutely not financial advice. Sign up now via the link below.
At Wilco, we're all about the little wins. Like finding the right colour, finally. Or growing your own little wins in the garden. Wilco can even help you get organised. And we've got loads of little washing wins. Well, you can't win at everything. Wilco, lots of little wins.
The whisper of the throne. How do we know which suit you are really wearing? By listening to what you say to yourself when no one hears you. Internal dialogue is the thread with which the garment is woven. The man wearing the victim suit walks down the street, and his mind says, look how they look at me, they surely think ill of me. How tired I am. I wish it were Friday, no one values me, life is a struggle. Each of those phrases is a stitch that tightens the beggar's suit further. The man wearing the king suit has another monologue. What a beautiful day. I see opportunities everywhere. Thank you for this air. I feel capable. I feel everything is moving in my favor. He doesn't say it to convince himself. He says it because it is what he thinks. His mind dwells in a palace, not in a dungeon. Observe your mental chatter. If you are decreeing abundance aloud but whispering complaints under your breath, your assumption is false. The universe hears the whisper, not the shout. You must discipline your mind so that your secret thoughts match your public assumption. If you catch yourself criticizing or fearing, stop. Say, that is the thought of a beggar. I am no longer that man. And change the record. Says, sleeping on the throne, the nightly seal. The law of assumption has its peak moment at night. Sleep is the door to the subconscious, the workshop of God. Never, under any circumstances, go to sleep with the beggar's suit on. Never go to sleep reviewing your problems, your pains, or your lack. If you do, you impregnate the subconscious with the order. You order it to create more misery for tomorrow. Before sleeping, perform the ritual of coronation. Shed the problems of the day like one taking off dirty clothes. And in your imagination, assume the feeling of the fulfilled desire. Feel the sheets of your bed as if they were the sheets of your new life. Feel the pillow as if it were the pillow of your success. Fall asleep with the smile of someone who has had the best day of their life. Fall asleep in the assumption that you are loved, rich, and healthy. By doing this, you hand the universe the mold for the following day. While you sleep, cosmic forces will work to weave your tomorrow according to the pattern of your last waking thought. Sleeping in the state of fulfilled desire is the master key. Fifth, the bridge of incidents, how it happens. The novice asks, if I assume I am rich, will the money appear under my pillow tomorrow? Rarely. The universe operates through natural laws. When you assume a new state, the universe deploys a bridge of incidents. It is a series of events, coincidences, and chances that will lead you to where you have assumed. And listen well, this bridge often seems strange or even negative at first. Perhaps you assume the state of successful business owner, and the next day you are fired from your current job. The beggar shouts, disaster! The king knows, it is the bridge. I needed to be freed from this small job. I needed it to build my empire. Perhaps you assume the state of true love and your current partner leaves you. It is the bridge. That empty space is necessary for the right person to enter. Do not judge the bridge. Do not get off it. You must have the blind faith of knowing that you have assumed the final state. Everything that happens to you from now on is part of the path to get you there. Even the stones on the path are stepping stones. Walk the bridge without fear. Your assumption is your shield. Zite's persistence, holy stubbornness. How long should I assume? Until when should I pretend? The answer is simple and terrible. Until it becomes reality. There is no trying it for a week. Either you are or you are not. You cannot be king part-time. Persistence is the quality that separates children from masters. At first, the new suit will itch. You will feel ridiculous. The world will laugh at you. The facts will hit you in the face. You must be stubborn. You must be obstinate. A holy stubbornness. Refuse to accept any evidence that is not your fulfilled desire. Put the suit back on every time it falls off. 1,000 times it will fall. 1,000 times you will put it on. There will come a day, an imperceptible moment, when the suit will stop being heavy. It will merge with your skin. You will no longer have to try to feel rich, healthy, loved. You will be it without effort. And in that moment, when the internal transformation is complete and stable, the world will snap. The external world will snap, and the projection will change. What was invisible will become visible. What was a dream will become a fact. X the paradox of humility, arrogance versus greatness. We have been taught that to be humble is to make oneself small. That saying, I am great, is arrogance. That is the lie that keeps slaves in their chains. True humility is not denying your greatness. It is recognizing that your greatness does not come from you, ego.
The blood! Quinn licked the blood from his fingers, then right off the floor. His eyes turned red and fangs.
But from the Father who dwells in you. When you assume I am rich, you are not worshipping your small human ego. You are worshipping the abundance of God that wants to express itself through you. Making oneself small does not serve the world. Living in scarcity is an insult to the Creator who gave you the keys to the kingdom.
The greatest offering you can make to God is to dare to be all that He dreamed for you. Do not be afraid to shine. Do not be afraid to occupy space. Do not be afraid to wear the crown. You were designed for it. The throne has been empty too long, waiting for the air to stop playing in the mud and climb the steps. Stand up, shake off the dust, dress yourself in glory. The banquet is served. Chapter 12, The Ocean in the Drop, the Final Union. You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop. Rumi. For whoever wants to save their life will lose it, but whoever loses their life for my sake will find it. What good is it for someone to gain the whole world, yet forfeit their soul? Matthew 16:25-26. Traveler, we have reached the end of the map. You have traveled a long way since you woke up in the introduction, confused and amnesiac, believing yourself a victim of circumstances. You have learned to clean the mirror of smoke. You have learned to weave in the loom of dreams. You have lit the secret fire in your chest and faced the guardian of the threshold. You have walked through dry valleys and rewritten your own history with the shears of memory. Now you stand on the shore of the great sea. You wear the king's garments, chapter 11. You have the power, you have the authority. But one thing is still missing, the last key, the one that opens the door of no return. Until now we have spoken of you and the universe. We have spoken of your desire and the manifestation. We have assumed there are two entities at play, the creator, you, and the substance, the world. This duality was necessary for your training, like training wheels for a child learning to ride a bicycle. But today, traveler, you must take off the wheels. Today you must face the terrifying and glorious truth that masters whisper only to initiates ready to die before they die. There are not two. There is no you and universe. There is no inside and outside. There is only one, and you are that. Today, the drop of water that has been fighting to be the brightest, largest, and most powerful drop must make the final decision. Let itself fall into the ocean, and in that act of eco-suicide, discover that she was always the sea. By the illusion of the border, the skin. Since you were born, you have been deceived by the illusion of the skin. You have been told that you end where your skin ends, and that the rest of the world begins where you finish. You have been told the tree is other, your neighbor is other. Money is something external you must obtain. This belief in separation is the root of all suffering and lack. If you believe you are separate from what you desire, then you must attract it, seek it, or fight for it. You create a distance, and in that distance lives time, effort, and pain. But the physics of the spirit teaches that separation is a sensory deception. The air inside your lungs right now, is it you or atmosphere? The food you digest, when does it stop being apple and start being body? There are no borders. Everything is a continuous flow of energy. The Supreme Creator does not attract anything, because there is nothing outside of Him. The Supreme Creator becomes the thing. When you understand this, anxiety disappears. How can you lose something if you are everything? How can you fear the other if the other is your own reflection? The search ends when the seeker realizes they are the sought. They are the terror of the drop, the death of the ego. This is where the ego, your faithful traveling companion, begins to tremble. The ego is the idea of being someone special and separate. The ego wants to be a rich and powerful king, but it wants to be so separate from others to say, look at me, I am better than you. The ego loves manifestation but hates union, because union means its death. When you approach the final truth that you are the ocean, the drop feels terror. It screams, if I merge with the sea, I will cease to exist. I will lose my name. I will lose my story. It is the fear of annihilation. It is the last guardian. Many reach this point and retreat. They prefer to be a miserable but individual drop than to be the infinite and nameless ocean. They prefer their known suffering to unknown bliss. But I tell you, traveler, it is not a death. It is an expansion. When the drop falls into the sea, it does not stop being water. What it loses is its limitation. It loses its fragility. It loses its fear of drying up. It gains the depth of the abyssal trenches. It gains the strength of tidal waves. It gains the calm of mirrored surfaces. By ceasing to be John or Mary, your small story. You become life itself, experiencing itself through a form. Your consciousness becomes infinite. First, the law of circulation being a pipe, not a bucket. Once you accept your oceanic nature, your way of operating in the world changes. The sleeping man operates like a bucket. He wants to receive. He wants to fill his bucket with money, love, and security. And when the bucket is full, he covers it tightly so nothing escapes. The result is stagnant, rotting water. The greedy man, the jealous man, the fearful man. They are all rotten buckets. The awakened creator operates like a pipe. He knows he is not the owner of the energy, but the channel. He knows that for fresh water to enter one side, it must exit the other. This is the law of circulation. If you block the exit, by stopping giving, loving, or spending with joy, you block the entry. The flow stops and the pipe dries up. Understand this. You are not the source of the water. You are the faucet. The source is infinite, but the flow depends on how much you open the valve. And opening the valve means giving. Do you want more money? Circulate what you have. Pay with blessing. Give to those in need. Invest in others' dreams. By giving, you create a vacuum that the universe rushes to fill. Do you want more love? Stop asking for it. Start giving it. Be loving to the stranger and the enemy. The more you give, the wider your channel becomes, and more flow can pass through you. True wealth is not what you accumulate, it is what you circulate. The Dead Sea is dead because it receives water, but has no outlet. It evaporates and leaves bitter salt. The Sea of Galilee is alive because it receives and gives. V, the benevolent creator, the ethics of power. Now that you possess the tools to alter reality, visualization, decree, assumption, a dangerous question arises. Can I use this power to harm, to dominate, to steal? The technical answer is yes. Power is neutral, like electricity. But the metaphysical answer is, if you do, you will destroy yourself. Why? Because there are no others. If you use your mental power to harm a competitor, believing they are outside, you are making a fatal calculation error. That competitor is an extension of yourself in the great ocean. By sending them psychic poison, you are poisoning your own waters. Everything you throw returns, not by moral punishment, but by circuit law. The boomerang always returns to the thrower's hand. The mature creator necessarily becomes a benevolent creator, not out of fear of hell, but out of superior selfish intelligence. He knows the best way to bless himself is by blessing all around him. He knows that if he helps others rise, he rises with them. His desire to win transforms into a desire for win-win. His prayer stops being, give me, and becomes, use me. Use me, life, as an instrument to bring beauty, wealth, and order to this corner of the universe. You become a VIP employee of creation. V, the mirror of relationships, namaste. In the East, they greet by saying namaste. The God in me greets the God in you. This is the ultimate formula of human relations. When the creator looks at another person, they no longer see a body or a status. They see the other face of God. They see the same divine actor wearing another costume and playing another role. If your partner is angry, the creator does not react to the anger. They smile internally and say, I recognize you. You are me, playing at being furious. You are God disguised as a problem to teach me patience. By recognizing the divinity in the other, you force the other to rise. It is impossible to maintain a low vibration, anger, envy, in front of someone looking at you with absolute love and divine recognition. Namaste disarms armies. Treat every person you cross today, the beggar, the king, the cashier, the enemy, as if they were God incognito. Because they are. Via the end of need, the paradox of satisfaction. We reach the supreme paradox. The purpose of this book has been to teach you to manifest your desires. But when you reach the state of union, something strange happens. Your desires diminish. Not because you cannot have them, but because you no longer need them to be happy. Before you wanted the red car because you believed it would give you a sense of worth. Now you know you are worth itself. The car is just a fun toy, not a prosthesis for your ego. Before, you wanted the ideal partner because you felt alone. Now you know you contain the entire universe and are never alone. When you need less, you attract more. Why? Because you have become light. You have released the density of lack. You become a child playing in the Father's garden. The child does not worry about food or shelter. They know all that is given. They only worry about playing and creating. This
In
state
the grand
of
scheme
divine
of things, micro
carefreeness
creators like
is
this
the most
are
potent magnet that exists. Things flow to you because you offer no resistance. You do not grab them. You do not block them with your anxiety. You are an open and clean channel. Thessa, the silent
merely a
presence
drop in
being
the
no
ocean.
doing.
According to data from
In previous chapters, I gave you many tasks. Decree, visualize, revise, assume. They are active tools. There is a state superior to doing, being. It is presence. A moment comes in mastery where you no longer need to do so many rituals. Your mere presence orders the chaos. You enter a room and the atmosphere changes. People calm down, conflicts dissolve. Luck smiles, you haven't said a word. You haven't visualized anything. Simply, you have brought your frequency with you. You have become a living tuning fork that tunes everything it touches. This is the final goal, that your entire life be a prayer, that your breath be a decree, that your walk be an assumption of royalty. When you reach this, magic stops being something you do at night and becomes what you are all day. You become a portal. The invisible world of perfect ideas enters the visible world of matter. Theot, the last exam, the
there
void,
are
the dark night of the spirit. Before total integration, there is often a final test. It is not the guardian of the threshold, fear, nor the valley of dry bones, scarcity. It is the great silence. It is the moment when all techniques stop working. You decree, and nothing happens. You visualize and feel nothing.
41 million.
It seems God has gone on vacation and left you alone in the universe. It is the dark night of the spirit. It is the moment on the cross where even the Christ cries out, "Why have you forsaken me?" Why does this happen? So that you let go of the last crutch, the crutch of technique. So that you stop trusting in what you do and start trusting in what you are. The universe takes away your spiritual toys, so you find yourself naked. If you are in this void, do not panic. Do not look for more books or gurus. Stay still. Enter absolute silence. It is there where the ego finally dissolves. The return to the market living in the world. There is a Zen proverb: before enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. Many believe that by becoming conscious creators, they will retire
Of
to
these
a
sort of
cave
creators,
or
okay?
float on a pink
And most of
cloud.
them don't even
No. The true master returns to the market. He returns to his job, his family, washing dishes and paying taxes. On the outside, he looks like a common man. On the inside, he is a god. The difference is in the attitude. Before, he chopped wood complaining about the weight. Now, he knows it is a sacred dance of energy.
know that they are
He
sitting
enjoys
on
the
a
smell of
gold
wood and the heat of effort. He does everything with excellence and love. Not to get a result, but for the pure joy of expressing life. Your final mission is not to flee the 3D world, but to spiritualize matter. Bring heaven to earth. Make your office, your kitchen, and your street brighter because you are there. Conclusion: the great work. Close the book. Feel the weight of the volume in your hands and the silence that now floods the room. You have traveled through the
mind.
12 stations.
And you just need
You have
one.
received the keys to the kingdom. You have learned to clean the mirror, to weave in the loom, to light the fire, and to wield the sword of the word. But I must warn you, traveler, of the last trap, the most subtle of all, believing that possessing the manual is the same as doing the work. This book you hold is not power. It is only ink on dead paper. The map is not the territory. You can memorize every word written here. You can recite the chapters like sacred psalms.
All right? If you could just get one of them to say,
Misery and cold. Unapplied knowledge is poison. It rots in the mind and engenders spiritual pride. True alchemy does not happen on the pages of a book, but in the dirty, noisy, and chaotic laboratory of your daily life. Your great work begins now, just as you finish reading. Your great work is that Monday morning when the world screams scarcity at you, and you have the audacity to smile and decree abundance. Your great work is that moment of solitude at night when fear of the future bites your stomach, and you decide to light the lamp of gratitude instead of the one of panic. Your great work is to forgive the unforgivable, to love the unlovable, and to see God in the face of your enemy. Look for no more teachers. Look for no more secrets hidden in distant libraries. There are no more secrets. Everything has been delivered to you. The chisel is in your hand. The block of marble, which is your time and your energy, is waiting. No one will come to
yes to
sculpt
you,
for you.
you could easily
There are no external saviors. You are the sculptor and you are the sculpture. Go out there. Stop asking for permission to occupy your throne. The entire universe has been holding its breath for eons, waiting for you to wake up from your amnesia and remember who you are. Now you know. You no longer have the excuse of ignorance. Now you have the responsibility of power. Let your life be the proof that these laws are real. Let your joy be so radiant that those who live in the shadows come to you to warm themselves. Let your step be so firm that the earth settles beneath your feet. The book ends here, but creation is eternal. The canvas is blank, the paint is fresh. The world is your clay, creator, and your hands are stained with stars.
My ex-husband invited me to his wedding. Probably one of those polite gestures where he expected a polite no. What he didn't consider is that Tai Chi showed up in my life right after he left.
So, shall we?
Tai Chi is how we lose belly.
Introduction: The Deep Sleep. You walk the earth with your eyes open, but your spirit sleeps. You believe you're awake because you feel the cold of winter and the heat of summer, because your flesh hurts and your body feels heavy at the end of the day. You believe you see the world as it is, solid and immovable, like a rock that was there before you arrived. A rock that was there before you arrived, and that will still be there when you are gone. But I tell you, traveler, that is not being awake. That is simply dreaming that you exist. You have fallen into the deep sleep. It is the oldest spell of humanity. It is the forgetting
launch a
of your
digital
own
prompt to
lineage.
their
Imagine a great emperor who, after a blow to the head, forgets his name, his throne, and his power. Confused and amnesiac, he dresses in rags and goes out to beg for bread at the gates of his own palace. He cries because he is hungry. He trembles because he is cold. He begs the guards, who are his own servants, to give him shelter. He feels like a victim of the world's cruelty, cursing his luck, without knowing that in the pocket of his rags he has always carried the master key to the treasure. That beggar is you. You have been taught to believe that you are small. They have told you that you are a creature of circumstances, a dry leaf blown by the wind of fate. A dry leaf blown by the capricious wind of fate. They have convinced you that reality is something that happens to you, and that your only option is to react, protect yourself, or beg for mercy from distant gods who live beyond the clouds. But it is a lie. You are not the leaf. You are the wind. The reality you see outside, your loves, your lack, your battles, are not solid facts carved in stone. They are shadows projected on the wall of a cave. And the light that projects those shadows does not come from an external sun. It comes from the lamp that burns in the center of your chest. You have been looking at the shadows and shouting at them, trying to change them with your hands, without realizing that you are the one holding the lamp. If the shadow scares you, do not fight against the darkness. Change the figure you put before the light. This text that has reached your hands is not a book of teaching. I do not come to teach you anything new, for your soul already knows all the geometries of the universe. Mundane knowledge is dust and ashes. This book is a mirror, an ancient mirror, polished and clean of the lies of centuries. Its only purpose is for you to look into it, and for a moment stop seeing the frightened beggar. Stop seeing the frightened beggar to recognize the face of the king who sleeps beneath the skin. The deep sleep has lasted too long. It has been comfortable, yes, but it has cost you your sovereignty. Now, the earth trembles beneath your feet, because it is time to wake up. Not to fight against the world, but to put it in order. Because the world is not your master. It is your clay, and you are the potter who has forgotten how to use his hands.
already
Chapter 1.
existing audience
The Great
and get a
Mirror of
slice
Smoke.
of that profit
Lore
pie. A
correspondence.
slice as big as $20,000
As
for a
above,
small
so
creator
below,
paid
as
out
within,
directly
so
from
without.
WAP to your bank
As the
account.
miracle
And
of
you could
unity
continue to
unfolds,
get paid for as long.
Hermes Trismegistus. Imagine a man who rises at dawn and stands before a mirror of polished silver. Upon looking at himself, he sees that his face is stained with soot, and that his expression is one of profound sadness. The man, horrified by the image the glass returns to him, begins to frantically rub the surface of the mirror with a cloth. He rubs and rubs, screams at the reflection, orders it to smile, demands that it be cleaned. But no matter how much he polishes the glass, the image remains that of a dirty and sad man. Finally, exhausted and enraged, the man takes a stone and breaks the mirror into 1,000 pieces, blaming it for his misfortune. You smile at the foolishness of this man. You know, with the simple logic of wakefulness, that the problem was not in the mirror, but in the face of the one looking. You know that to change the reflection, one must first wash one's own face and heal one's own heart. However, traveler, I tell you with gravity, you are that man, and the world you step on, the sky you look at, and the circumstances that surround you are nothing more than that great mirror. The first and most sacred law of creation, engraved on the emerald tablet millennia ago, is the law of correspondence. Nothing that happens outside of you exists by itself. The external world is only an echo of the internal world. It is
As long
a
as the
mirror
creator
of
keeps
smoke.
promoting this product
It seems
to their
solid.
audience. I know
It seems to have a will of its own. It seems cruel or benevolent. But in reality, it is condensed vapor, taking the exact shape of your soul. Today, before attempting to move mountains, we will learn the nature of the mirror.
creators
Because
making
he who fights
$30,000 a
against
month
his
from as
reflection
few
dies
as
exhausted.
5,000 followers,
But he who
and at a
changes his face transforms the world without touching it. Now the illusion of solidity, the deception of the senses. Since you were born, your eyes of flesh have deceived you. They have told you that the mountain is hard, that the river is cold, and that gold is scarce. They have taught you that the world is out there, separate from your skin, and that you are a small inhabitant who must navigate its dangers. This is the great illusion. The ancient sages taught that the universe is mental. Imagine that the physical world is like ice, and your inner world, thoughts, emotions, spirit, is like water. Ice seems hard, sharp, and permanent. If you hit it, it wounds you. But ice is nothing more than water that has lowered its vibration until it stopped. In the same way, your physical reality, your health, your wealth, your relationships, is nothing more than your thoughts and emotions frozen in time. Poverty is not a curse from the gods. It is frozen fear. Disease is not a punishment of chance. It is internal discord made flesh. Loneliness is not an absence of people. It is the presence of your own solidified inner wall. The initiate understands that he cannot change the ice by hitting it with a hammer, brute force. He can only change the ice by applying heat, spirit. By heating the internal water, the external ice melts and takes a new form. But the sleeping man keeps hitting the mirror, trying to force the world to be kind while he remains hostile inside. For the mechanism of reflection, the hidden face. Let's talk about how this mirror of smoke works. The universe is impartial. It does not judge. It has no human morals. The mirror does not say, "Oh, this man is good. I'm going to show him a beautiful image." Nor does it say, "This woman has sinned. I'm going to show her an ugly image." The mirror is a perfect and ruthless servant. It reflects what is there. If you present yourself to life with fear of being abandoned, the great mirror has no choice but to show you abandonment. Not because it wants to hurt you, but because it must be faithful to your mission. If you present yourself to life with the certainty of scarcity, guarding every coin with greed and fear, the great mirror will show you losses, thefts, and unexpected bills. The universe constantly tells you, do you believe the world is a dangerous place? So be it. Here is the danger. Do you believe the world is a garden of blessings? So be it. Here are the flowers. The mirror of smoke does not reflect what you pretend to be. It does not reflect your social mask. It reflects your substance. You can smile at others and say sweet words, but if in the basement of your heart you hold a grudge, the mirror will bring you betrayal. Because the law of correspondence is precise to the last atom. As within, so without. There are no errors in the reflection. There never were. If your life is a chaos, it is because your inner temple is disordered. If your life is a struggle, it is because there is a civil war in your spirit. Stop blaming the glass for the ugliness of the image. Third, the demon of projection. The human mind, in its state of sleep, rejects this truth with violence. The ego shouts, "No, I am good, I am a victim. It is he who shouted at me. It It is fate that impoverished me. This is called projection. It is the act of casting your own shadow upon the world so as not to have to recognize it as yours. When you see a tyrant in your government or in your work, you are seeing your own internal tyranny reflected, perhaps toward yourself, or toward your children, or toward your body. When you see injustice in the streets, you are seeing the part of you that is not just with your own soul. The entire world is a Rorschach test, an ink blot in which each person sees their own ghosts. The master stops projecting. The master assumes radical responsibility. When the storm arrives, the master does not curse the clouds. He asks himself, what storm is in me that has summoned these thunders? What silence have I kept that now screams in the wind? By assuming authorship of the reflection, you recover the power to change it. As long as you blame the outside, you are a slave. The moment you say, this is mine, I have created it, you become the king. For if you created it, you can destroy it and create something new. First, the delay of the echo, the potter's patience. Here lies the secret that makes so many seekers abandon the path. The mirror of physical reality has a special quality: density. Matter is slow, spirit is fast. When you change your face in front of a glass mirror, the reflection changes instantly. But the great mirror of smoke of reality has a delay. Imagine the night sky. The stars you see today perhaps died 1,000 years ago, but their light takes time to reach your eyes. What you see is the past. In the same way, your current reality, your bank account, your health today, your house today, is the old light of your thoughts from months or years ago. It is your solidified past. The aspirant begins to change from within. He starts to think of abundance, to feel love, to clean his inner temple. But the next day, he looks at the mirror of his life and sees the same thing. He sees the same poverty. He sees the same loneliness. And he shouts, the law is a lie, I have changed and the mirror does not change. And frustrated, he returns to his old face of sadness. Foolish man. The mirror was about to change, but the inertia of matter requires time. You must hold the new inner image, even though the outer reflection still shows the old image. This is faith. Faith is not believing in the invisible blindly. It is the capacity to maintain the smile before a mirror that still shows you crying, knowing that, by physical law, the reflection must update if you hold the gesture long enough. You must ignore the senses. Your eyes see scarcity, the past. Your soul sees abundance, the future in gestation. Whom will you believe? The dead lie of yesterday or the living truth of tomorrow? V cleaning the glass, the purification. If we understand that as within, so without, the only task worthy of a creator is the cleaning of the inner temple. It is not about fixing the world. It is about fixing you. The ancient alchemists called this the operation of the sun. Observe your life coldly, as a scientist observes an experiment. Observe it not as a victim mourns a tragedy. Is your house a chaos? Your mind lacks discipline. Do your friends criticize you? You judge yourself without mercy. Does money escape you like water between your fingers? You do not value your own vital energy. Use the outer world as a diagnostic tool. The world is your doctor. It shows you where it hurts inside. Instead of getting angry with the symptom, thank it. Thank you, mirror, for showing me that I still hold a grudge. Without you, I would not have seen it. And then, go inward. Go to the silence. Wash the stain in your heart. Forgive. Let go. Put in order. And without you having to lift a finger in the outer world, you will see how the reflection begins to move. The person who criticized you suddenly falls silent or disappears from your life. The money begins to stay. Chaos puts itself in order. It is magic for the ignorant. It is mechanics for the wise. V, the alchemy of the gaze. The most powerful tool to alter the mirror is the gaze. That which you rest your eyes upon grows. That which you ignore withers. The sleeping man looks at his problems, talks about his problems, and sleeps thinking about his problems. In doing so, he feeds them with his own life. The mirror becomes larger and more terrifying. The creator learns the art of withdrawing the gaze. It is not childish denial. It is a strategic withdrawal of energy. If the mirror shows you war, do not look at it with hatred, for hatred binds. Look at it with peace, or do not look at it at all. Turn your inner face toward peace. Build peace in your imagination with such intensity that the noise of the outer war seems like a distant dream to you. Remember the ancient fable. Two wolves fight inside you. One is fear, the other is truth. Which one wins? The one you feed, and you feed it with your attention. The mirror can only reflect that to which you pay attention. If you stop paying attention to the offense ceases to exist in your world. It dissolves like the smoke it is. 7. The master's silence. When you understand the law of correspondence, you stop arguing. Why argue with a reflection? Why try to convince your image in the mirror to change its mind? Silence descends upon you. You no longer need to defend yourself, nor justify yourself, nor convince anyone. You know that if you want to change your environment, you only have to enter your secret chamber, close the door, and perform the alchemical work in the darkness of your being. You become dangerous to the established system because you are free. You can no longer be manipulated through fear. For you know that fear is only a shadow of your own doubt. You can no longer be seduced by false promises because you know that all the gold in the world is already in your inner kingdom, waiting to be materialized. Fate, the circle closes. Traveler, look around you right now. Look up from these pages, look at the room where you are, look at the objects, look at the light. All of that is you. It is your extension. It is your outer skin. If what you see does not please you, do not run away. Do not burn the house down. Sit down, close your eyes, and change the design in the original blueprints of your soul. Imagine beauty. Feel dignity. Invoke power. Do not ask for it to change. Be the change. Assume the posture of the king before having the crown. And I swear to you by the eternal laws that govern the stars and the tides, the great mirror of smoke
30%
will have no
revenue
choice
split,
but
which
to
is
obey you, because the reflection has no life of its own. The life is you. The mirror awaits your command. What face are you going to show it today? Chapter 2. The Loom of Dreams. Imagination. Imagination is not a state. It is the human existence itself. Man is all imagination. God is man, and exists in us, and we in him. The eternal body of man is the imagination, and that is God himself. William Blake. If the outer world is a mirror of smoke, as we have
not
learned,
uncommon with this
where
strategy.
then
You'd
is
be
the
getting
original
paid
image
9,000.
found? Where is the face forged that will later be reflected in matter? The answer lies in the most divine and worst misunderstood faculty of the human being, the imagination. Since time immemorial, children have been taught that imagining is playing at lying.
Product to their audience. I know creators making $30,000 a month from as few as 5,000 followers, and at a 30% revenue split, which is not uncommon.
As if it were useless vapor, a fantasy for the idle or the mad. What a great tragedy. By doing this, the hands with which man could mold his destiny are cut off. I tell you, traveler, imagination is not an escape from reality. Imagination is the womb of reality.
With this strategy, you'd be
Nothing
getting paid.
exists under the sun. No temple, no sword, no garden, no law, that did not first exist as an image in the mind of a man. Before the stone was carved, the architect saw it finished in his mind. Before the field gave wheat, the farmer saw the harvest in the winter of his thought. The invisible always precedes the visible. The subtle is the father of the dense. This chapter is dedicated to the loom of dreams. We will learn to sit before it and weave the threads of light with such mastery that when the fabric falls upon the earth, it becomes solid facts in flesh and in gold. We will learn the difference between the beggar's fantasy and the king's vision. By the eye that sees everything, true vision. The sleeping man walks through the world, guided solely by his eyes of flesh. He believes only in what he can touch, weigh, and measure. If his granary is empty, he says, I am poor, for my eyes see the void. The initiate, on the other hand, possesses a third eye, the eye of imagination. This eye has the power to see what is not yet, as if it already were. When the physical world shows him drought, the initiate closes his eyes of flesh and opens his inner eye. And in that
9,000 a
sacred
month.
vision, he sees the rain fall. He smells the wet earth. He feels the coolness on his skin. He does not see it
Without
as a
having to
distant
put
hope,
without
but
having
as
to
a
put in
present
any
fact in the
additional
invisible
work,
plane.
without you having to
And
grow an
because he
audience from
sees it with
scratch or show
certainty,
your face.
nature which is a slave to the divine vision, has no choice but
without having to
summon the
put
clouds.
without having to put in
Understand this.
any additional
Imagination is the sight of God in you. God does not wait to
work,
see to
without you
perform.
having to grow an audience from
God
scratch
sees,
or show your face
and
online,
therefore it is.
just by tapping into the
You
audience that
possess
the
that
creator
same spark,
already has.
but you have
Someone
used
who
your
does
lamp
this
to
is what I
illuminate
call put in
monsters.
any
You have
additional work,
imagined illnesses
without you
before
having to
having
grow an
them.
audience from
You have
scratch or
imagined
show
betrayals before suffering them.
your
You have
face
imagined
online,
failures
just by
before
tapping
trying.
into the audience that
You
the
have
creator
used the loom
without
to
having to
weave
put
your own
any
shroud.
without having to put in
Today,
any
you will
additional
learn to
work,
weave your
without
royal
you having to
cloak.
grow an audience from scratch or show your face online, just by
Make
tapping into the
imagination
audience
your
that the
divine
creator
office.
already has.
We must
Someone
make
who
the
does this
distinction as
is what
sharp
I
as steel,
call a
for this
AI
is where
shadow
many get
operator.
lost in the
Now,
labyrinth
you
of
might be
madness.
wondering, what do they
Fantasizing
actually
is
do?
not the same as
In
creative
raw words, they
imagination.
are the operators behind
Fantasy
other
is the
people's
drug
public image,
of the
okay?
slave.
Taking micro
The
creators and
slave
simply
sits in the
creating
mud
digital
and
products for
dreams
them
that he
to
is
sell
means
to
of
their
escape
audience,
for a
and they
moment
do.
from the pain of
In
his
raw with the
chains.
audience that the
He
creator
sees
already
himself on
has.
a
To
throne
put
eating
any
delicacies.
without having to put
But
in
in the
someone with a
depths of his
strategy,
heart,
you'd
he
be
knows
getting
it
paid
is a lie.
$9,000 a month
He feels the nostalgia of what he does not have. When he opens his eyes, the
without having to
contrast
put
between his
any
dream
without
and
having
his
to put
reality causes him more pain. Fantasy dissipates energy. It is a leak. It builds nothing. It only consoles. Creative imagination is the work of the master. The master does not use the image to escape, but to transform. When he imagines, he does not do so with the nostalgia of, I wish it were so, but with the certainty of, so it is. The master enters his mental chamber and works. He takes the threads of desire and the colors of emotion, and weaves the scene with the precision of a craftsman. He does not stop until the image is solid, until it has weight, until it has an aroma. And when he finishes his meditation, he does not feel that he returns to sad reality. He feels that physical reality is now the lie,
in any
and that his
additional
vision
work.
is the truth that is yet to arrive. The fantasizer sighs, the imaginer commands. There is the senses of the soul touching the invisible. How is it woven in the loom of dreams? It is not enough to see a blurry image in the mind, like someone seeing a distant painting. You must enter the painting. You must use the senses of the soul. Your physical body has 5 senses: sight, hearing, touch, taste, and smell. Your spiritual body also has them, and they are infinitely more powerful. To materialize a desire, you must give it life through these internal senses. Imagine that you desire a rose. It is not enough to see a red rose floating in the darkness of your mind. That is weak. You must take it with your imaginary hand. Feel the velvety texture of the petals. Are they cold? Are they soft? Feel the thorns on the stem. Do they prick? Bring it close to your nose. Breathe in deeply. Do you smell its sweet and intoxicating perfume? If you manage to make your imaginary sense of smell smell the rose, you have achieved the miracle. Because in the great book of nature there is no hallucination. There is no complete sensory hallucination without its physical correspondence. If your internal senses confirm it as real, universal law sets in motion to bring that rose to your hand of flesh. This is the secret of the ancient thaumaturges. They did not pray with empty words, they prayed with sensations. They felt health in their bones before healing. They felt the weight of the coin in the palm before receiving it. They felt the embrace of the beloved in the empty air. The universe does not understand your spoken language. It understands the language of sensation. If you feel it is real, it is real. It is Taifa, the law of occupation inhabiting the state. Many visit their dream as one visits a distant temple. They go on a Sunday, pray a little, and then return to their house, which is the problem. The Creator does not visit his dream. He moves in to live in it. This is called the law of occupation. You cannot bring your desire to your current level of consciousness. You must raise your dwelling to the level of the desire. If you desire to be wise, you cannot continue thinking like an ignorant person and wait
Without
for
you
wisdom.
having to grow an audience from
You must
scratch or
occupy the state of wisdom right now. You must walk, eat, and sleep as if you were already the sage. Imagine that your desire is a beautiful house. In your imagination, do not look at it from the outside. Enter, open the door, walk through the hallways, sit in the armchair and look through the imaginary window at the landscape you wish to see. Sleep in that bed every night. Make that vision your habitual dwelling. Get used to it. Make it feel natural to you.
When you occupy a state of consciousness with persistence, you expel your old reality. Like oil expels water, your new vision, being denser and more real to you, will push out of your life the old circumstances that no longer fit with the new tenant. V, the watchdog of reason, the enemy. At the entrance to the temple of imagination, there is a fierce and noisy watchdog. His name is reason, or sometimes common sense. This dog has been trained by the world to bark every time you try to cross the threshold of the possible. When you close your eyes and imagine yourself healthy, the dog barks, "Lie! Your body hurts. The doctor said it is incurable." When you imagine yourself abundant, the dog barks, "Absurd! Look at your empty purse. You have no gold." Most men, frightened by the barks of reason, draw back.
Show
They
your
accept
face
the
online.
evidence of their senses and abandon the vision. They believe that being reasonable is virtue. But the Creator knows that reason is a good servant for small things, but a terrible master for great things. Reason only knows the past. It only knows what has already been. It knows nothing of the future or of the possible. To enter the loom of dreams, you must learn to ignore the dog. Let it bark. Don't argue with it. Don't try to convince your logic that it is possible.
Just by tapping
Simply
into the
pass
audience.
it by. Enter the silence, where reason says it cannot be done. Imagination says it is already done. Faith is the audacity to walk through reason toward the invisible truth. Thanks to the golden thread, the emotion. A loom needs threads to weave. The mental image is the pattern, the drawing you want to create. But the thread is emotion. An image without emotion is like a body without blood. It is a pale corpse. It has no life. It has no power to be born. You can spend 100 years visualizing that you are a king. But if you do it with coldness, like someone looking at a painting on the wall, nothing will happen. You must infuse it with the secret fire. You must feel the emotion you would feel if the desire had already been fulfilled. What would you feel if your miracle were realized today? Would you feel euphoria? Would you feel a deep peace? Would you feel gratitude? Would you feel an immense relief, as if a burden were lifted from your shoulders? That feeling, that relief, is the golden thread. You must weave your image with that thread. Wrap your vision in the atmosphere of realization. Bathe in it until it intoxicates you. It is the mystical union between thought masculine and feeling feminine that engenders the sun, the manifestation. Without the sacred marriage within you, there is no birth on the outside. Zephyr, sowing in the night the magical moment. Although you can come to the loom at any time, there is a sacred hour where the veil between worlds is thin as silk. It is the moment just before sleep, when the body is tired and the dog of reason has fallen asleep. The ancients called this state the half-sleep. In that instant, you are neither from here nor from there. You are pure spirit floating over the waters. Do not waste that sacred moment reviewing the sorrows of the day. That is sowing weeds in your own garden. Use that moment for the great work. Bring before your inner
So
eye
the creator
the
already
scene that
has.
implies your desire has already been fulfilled. A short scene, a handshake, a hug, a sentence, "Thank you, Father." Repeat that scene in a loop like a lullaby. Feel its reality, and let yourself fall into the abyss of sleep while inhabiting that scene. If you fall asleep in the fulfilled desire, the great subconscious, the servant of God, takes that order and works all night to weave it. It weaves it into your reality of tomorrow. What is sown in the night is harvested in the day. This is the discipline of the king, never to allow the sun to set upon his anger or his fear. Always sleep in victory. Veki, the invisible harvest persistence. You have woven, you have felt, you have slept in the truth. You wake up and the world remains the same. The mirror of smoke has not yet changed. This is where the weak give up. They say, "I tried it one night and it didn't work." The Creator smiles. He knows that every seed has its time of gestation. He knows that under the dark earth, the seed has already broken and the roots are searching for water. He knows that the fabric is already woven in the causal plane and that it is now traveling downward toward the density of matter. Do not dig up the seed with your doubt. Do not look at the clock with anxiety. If you have done the work in the loom, the fabric exists. It is as real as the rock you step on, only it has not yet reached your hands. Walk through the world with the secret of one who knows he is rich.
even if his pockets are empty. Walk with the dignity of one who knows he is loved, even if he sleeps alone. That inner certainty, that loyalty to the invisible vision, is what accelerates time. The world bows before the man who knows who he is. The world steps aside to let pass those who walk with a clear vision. Night, the art of forgetting, releasing the loom. Once the fabric is woven, you must cut it from the loom. If you keep weaving and weaving the same piece with anxiety, you spoil it. There comes a moment of certainty.
Someone who does
a
this
moment of
is what I
sabbath
call
or rest, where you feel it is done. You no longer need to imagine it anymore because you feel that it is already yours. You no longer have hunger for the desire because you have been satiated in the imagination. That is the moment to let go. Return to your mundane tasks. Wash your cup, sweep your house, tend your garden, but do so with lightness. You no longer search. You no longer pursue. You wait with the quiet confidence of one who knows that the messenger is on the way. You have launched the arrow. Now let it fly. Chapter 3. The Fertile Silence, the Law of Gestation. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under the heaven. A time to be born and a time to die. A time to plant and a time to pluck up that which is planted. Ecclesiastes 3:1-2. Listen to the parable of the foolish farmer. There was a man who fervently desired a harvest of golden wheat before winter arrived. He prepared the earth with care, furrowed the fields, and deposited the best seeds his money could buy. But the next day, the man went out to the field and saw that the earth was still dark and bare. There were no green shoots. There were no ears of grain. Impatient, he dug up the earth with his own hands to see if the seed was still there. He found it intact but asleep. "Grow," he shouted at it, and he buried it again. On the second day, he did the same.
AI shadow.
On the fourth day, seeing that the surface remained silent, he dug up all the seeds, cursed them for being sterile, and threw them into the fire. That man died of hunger in the winter. He died not because the land was bad, nor because the seed was dead, but because he violated the law of silence. Traveler, you who have learned to clean the mirror and to weave on the loom of dreams, now face the most difficult test of the Creator, the wait. You have sown your intention. You have felt the reality of your desire, but your eyes open and the world remains the
Operator.
same.
Now, you might be wondering, what?
And in that silence, fear begins to whisper to you that you have failed. I tell you solemnly, you have not failed. You have entered the gestation chamber. Just as a child needs 9 moons in the mother's womb to weave its bones and skin, your desire needs time. It needs time under the earth of universal substance to take shape. You cannot force the birth without killing the creature. Today we will learn to inhabit the fertile silence. We will learn to trust in what happens in the darkness, by the necessity of the night, the womb of the earth. We live in a world that adores the light of midday and despises the darkness of midnight. We want visible, brilliant, and fast results, but ancient wisdom teaches that all life begins in darkness. The seed germinates under the black earth, where the sun does not reach. The embryo forms in the darkness of the womb. The roots of the great oak sink into the abyss of the ground before the branches touch the sky. Darkness is not the enemy of light. It is the mother of light.
What do they
When
actually
you have
do?
planted your desire in the imagination, chapter 2, and watered it with emotion, it inevitably falls into the darkness of the universal subconscious. It disappears from your sight. It seems that nothing is happening. That is the sign that everything is happening. Deep down, far from your anxious gaze, the seed is breaking. Energy is condensing into matter. Circumstances are aligning. Necessary people are being summoned. Paths are opening in the invisible plane. It is a work of divine engineering so complex that, if you could see it, it would blind you. That is why it happens in the shadow, to protect the process from your intrusion. External silence is the guarantee of internal activity. If your life seems to have stopped after a great spiritual work, rejoice. Winter has arrived, and under the snow spring is preparing. To the sin of impatience, digging up the seed. What is the greatest crime against creation? Doubt. And doubt manifests as impatience. When you doubt, you cut the flow of vital energy that feeds the embryo of your desire. It is as if you cut the umbilical cord ahead of time. Every time you ask yourself with anguish, when will it arrive, but why is it taking so long? Have I done it wrong? You are digging up the seed. You bring it out into the raw light of your logical intellect.
In raw words, they are the operators
seed,
behind other people's
which needs
public image.
darkness and heat to live, withers and dies before the scrutiny of your reason. The wise farmer sows and goes to sleep. He does not watch over the seed. He trusts in the law of the earth. He knows that the earth knows how to grow wheat better than he does. He does not know how a small, hard thing becomes food. He only knows that it does. You must have that same blind trust in universal law. Once you have done your work, visualizing and feeling, your part is over. Now it is the universe's turn. Do not try to do God's work. Do not try to force doors. Do not manipulate people. Do not run after the result. That is anxiety, and anxiety is the vibration of lack. If you are anxious, you are declaring, I do not have it, and I am afraid of never having it. And the mirror of smoke will respond to you with more waiting. Thirst the rhythm of the spheres. Everything has its time. Look at nature. She is your teacher. The ocean has tides. It rises and falls. It is not always full. The moon waxes and wanes. It is not always full. The day surrenders to the night. Summer yields to autumn. Everything in creation breathes. Inhalation and exhalation. Everything has a rhythm. Your desire also has its own rhythm. It has its own gestation time. For a carrot, the time is a few weeks. For an oak, it is years. For a child, it is 9 months. You do not know what the gestation time of your desire is. Perhaps you asked for wealth, and the structure necessary to sustain that wealth takes 2 years to build in your character and circumstances. Perhaps you asked for a love, and that person still has to live certain experiences to be ready for you. If the universe makes you wait, it is not because it is denying you the desire. It is because the fruit is still green. If you eat the fruit ahead of time, it will bitter your mouth and sicken your stomach. If you were to receive fortune before having the wisdom to handle it, that fortune would destroy you, as we see daily with those who win lotteries without preparation. Time is the mercy of the universe. It gives you the space to become the vessel capable of holding the new wine. Vast you the fertile void, the test of faith. There is a critical moment in every process of creation. Alchemists call it the nigredo or the dark night. It is the midpoint. You have left behind your old life. You no longer fit in it. But your new life has not yet appeared. You are in no man's land. It is the desert between Egypt and the promised land. This is where most travelers die and return to slavery. Because the desert is silent. It is vast. It is terrifying. Your friends move away. Your money may decrease. Your certainties falter. It seems that everything is going wrong. The ego shouts, you were wrong, go back, at least before you had security. But the Creator, firm in his vision, knows that this void is not nothingness. It is the fertile void. It is the blank canvas that has been cleaned so that the new work can be painted. If your life becomes empty, rejoice. Only an empty cup can be filled. If you lose friends, jobs, or situations during this time, do not weep. It is the law of gestation making space. It is the universe sweeping away the dry leaves so that new flowers can sprout. Stand firm in the void. Do not fill it with cheap distractions. Do not run to seek comfort in noise. Stay still. Listen to the hum of silence. It is the sound of God working. V action in inaction, Wu Wei. Does this mean you should sit on a rock and do
Okay,
nothing
taking
until
micro
power falls
creators
from
and
heaven?
simply creating digital
No,
products for them
that is
to sell.
laziness, not faith. The Creator's wait is an active wait. It is like the woman who expects a child. She cannot make the child. The child makes itself. But she prepares the crib. She weaves the clothes. She cleans the house. She eats well. She lives in a state of preparation. If you
What
have
do they
asked for
actually
rain,
do?
demonstrate your faith
In
by
raw
digging
words,
the
they are the
ditches.
operators
If you
behind
have
other
asked for a
people's
trip,
public image.
prepare
Okay,
your
taking
suitcases.
micro creators.
If you have asked for a love, make space in your closet and sleep on one side of the bed. These physical acts are rituals of faith. They tell your subconscious, I know it is coming, I'm preparing to receive it. But there is an abysmal difference between inspired action, preparing the crib with joy, and desperate action, running to look for the child in the street. The first is born of certainty. The second is born of fear.
Move only when you feel the impulse of joy. If you feel heaviness, stop. Excessive effort is proof that
and
you do
simply
not
creating
believe the
digital
universe is doing its part. Remember, the sun does not strive to rise. The river does not strive to flow toward the sea. True strength is silent. Hear the signals of dawn, the land birds. When ancient navigators crossed the unexplored ocean,
clocks for them
they knew
to
they were
self
near dry land long before seeing the coast. They saw branches floating in the water. They saw birds that do not fly far from the nest. They smelled the earth in the wind. In your gestation journey, there will also be signals. They will not be the fulfilled desire in its entirety, but they will be winks from the universe. You will see the name of your desire everywhere. You will meet people who have what you want. You will feel sudden waves of joy for no apparent reason. You will have lucid dreams where you already live
to their
your
audience,
reality.
and they do all of
When this occurs, do not fall into the trap of envy. If you see another having what you asked for, do not say, "Why him and not me?" Say, "Thank you. It is the signal that my desire is in my orbit. If I see it in my reality, it is because I am on the correct frequency. Bless what you want to see increased, too." These signals are the first green shoots breaking the surface of the snow. Do not
that
trample them.
using AI.
Care for them. Dawn is near. Sabbath, the Sabbath, the rest of God. In ancient scriptures, it is said that God created the world in 6 days, and on the seventh day he rested. Does the infinite get tired? Does
The
omnipotence
creator's
need to
face is on a
sleep?
product.
No. Rest, Sabbath, is a psychological state, not a physical one. It is the state of mental conclusion. To rest means that you have reached such a point of certainty in your vision that you no longer feel the need to keep asking. You no longer work on the image. You feel it is done. It is a profound peace that transcends understanding. You no longer worry if it arrives today or tomorrow. You know it is yours. It is like when you place an order by mail. Once you have the confirmation receipt, you stop worrying. You know the package is on its way. You do not go to the store every hour to ask for it again. You relax. You live your life. This state of Sabbath is the highest form of prayer. It is the surrender of the small will to the great law. When you enter the Sabbath, manifestation accelerates dizzyingly because you have removed the last resistance, your own anxiety. Rest is the magnet. Fechter, the paradox of detachment, letting go to have. Here we arrive at the great mystery that confuses scholars and frees the simple. To receive something, you must be willing to lose it. You must desire it with all your fire, but not need it for your survival. If you say, "If I do not get this, I will die," you are emitting a vibration of slavery. And the Creator cannot be a slave to his creation. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, often withholds the desire until you stop idolizing it. Until you say, "I desire this, but if it does not arrive, I remain complete. I remain worthy. I remain me." The moment you release the suffocating grip on your desire, the moment you surrender and decide to be happy here and now without the object, boom, it arrives. It arrives because you have stopped obstructing the channel with your need. You have stopped casting a shadow over your own seed. The law of gestation requires the sower's hand to open to release the seed. If you keep your fist closed, the seed never touches the ground. Open your hand, release control. Signs of warning: do not abort the miracle. Traveler, you are warned. The gestation period is the most dangerous, not because of external threats, but because of your own internal sabotage. Many men have been 3 steps from the gold and have turned around. Many have given up just the night before dawn, when you feel the darkness is unbearable, when the silence of the universe seems like indifference to you, when logic screams at you that you are a dreamer. Hold on. Hold the vision. It is in that moment of maximum pressure that coal becomes diamond. It is the final test of the guardian of the threshold. If you persevere now, if you maintain faith when there is no evidence, you will have mastered matter. You will have proven that you are superior to the illusion of time. Chapter 4. The Sorcerer Verb, the Power of the Word. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. John 1:1-3. Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof. Proverbs 18:21.
Contemplate the potter before his wheel. With his hands he molds the clay in silence. Contemplate the painter before his canvas. With his brushes he traces shapes in silence. But contemplate the supreme creator before the original abyss. He used no hands, he used no tools, he used a single faculty, the voice. He said, "Let there be light." And the light, obedient to the sound, broke the darkness. You who are made in the image and likeness of the architect possess in your throat the same instrument of power. However, you have forgotten its sacred nature. You use your voice to fill the silence with vain noise. You use your voice to narrate your misfortunes. You use your voice to curse the weather, your neighbor, and your own luck. And then you wonder why your life is a constant storm, without realizing that it is your own lips that blow the wind that destroys your house. This chapter is the delivery of the magic wand. It is not a piece of oak wood. It is your tongue. The spoken word is not air blown away by the wind. The word is a decree. It is a vibration that travels from the invisible to the visible, ordering the atoms of matter to group themselves according to the shape of the sound. You will learn today the art of the sorcerer verb. You will learn that to speak is to govern. So the architecture of sound, the vibrational plane. The ancient sages of the East taught that the entire universe is nothing but frozen sound. Nada Brahma.
While a shadow operator stays in.
If you could look at a rock with the eyes of the spirit, you would see that it is not solid. It is a dance of particles vibrating at a specific frequency. That frequency is its song. If you change the song, you change the shape. When a man speaks, he does not only communicate ideas to another man. When a man speaks, he emits a shock wave that traverses the ether. That wave crashes against the formless substance of life and gives it shape. The word acts as a mold. If you say peace,
Entirely
the ether
in the shadow.
crystallizes in harmony. If you say war, the ether crystallizes in conflict. There is no such thing as an empty word. Every syllable you pronounce is a brick you place in the wall of your future. You can build a palace or you can build a prison. Most men are drunken masons. They build crooked walls that end up falling on their own heads. And then they blame gravity. The initiate, on the other hand, measures every word with the precision of a stonecutter. He knows that a word out of place can bring down the great work. Say abracadabra. I create as I speak. At village fairs, illusionists use a word to amaze children. Abracadabra. It has become a game, a mockery. But its origin is Aramaic, the ancient language of the prophets, Avra-kedabra. Its literal translation is terrifying in its exactness. I create as I speak. It is not a poetic metaphor, it is a mechanical law. Speech is the final bridge between the world of thought, fire, and the world of action, earth. It is the act of childbirth. While the thought is in your mind, it is only yours. It is a possibility.
Okay, without any pressure on their shoulders to have their.
You make it real. You give it citizenship in the physical world. Once the word has left your mouth, it no longer belongs to you, it belongs to the law. And the law will work tirelessly to fulfill it. If you say, I am so tired I could die, you have given a death order to your cells. And your cells, which are obedient soldiers, begin to extinguish their vital fires. If you say, I never have enough
Why am I
money,
so gorgeous?
you have
Why
signed a
am I
decree
so
of poverty
gorgeous?
before
I'm
the
so
court of the
gorgeous.
universe.
Having a long face.
And the universe will seal your pockets to fulfill your will. You are a sorcerer who walks asleep, casting curses upon his own life, and then being surprised by misfortune. Wake up, your mouth is the barrel of a gun. Do not point it at your own foot. Throw it in. The poisoned tongue, the unconscious curse. The greatest obstacle for the aspiring creator is not external demons, but his own daily conversation. Listen to the men in the market. Listen to their laments. Life is hard. No one can be trusted. Everything is getting worse. I am sick. They call this being realistic or venting. I call it black magic. When you complain, you are invoking that which you detest. Complaining is a prayer in reverse. It is a petition for more suffering. By verbalizing the problem, you anchor it. You give it deep roots in the earth. If you have a small discomfort and talk about it with 10 friends, the discomfort will grow 10 times, for you have watered it with the attention of 10 minds. And even worse is the poison of gossip and criticism. When you speak ill of another, you believe you are damaging their reputation. but the verb is a boomerang. The law of the circle dictates that every word thrown must return to its origin. It returns charged with the fruit of its kind. If you throw words of judgment,
Their name and
judgment
reputation
will return to
attached
you
to the
multiplied. You will find harsh judges in your path. If you throw words of envy, envy will eat your bones and dry up your own prosperity. You cannot drink poison expecting your enemy to die. You are the first vessel to be contaminated. The Creator imposes a golden seal upon his lips. If he does not have a word that blesses, heals, or inspires, he is silent. Silence is gold. The idle word
product being
is
sold.
lead.
If you
Thus, in the royal decree, the king's authority, there is a vast difference between the beggar's plea and the king's decree. The beggar says, I hope it happens. Please, if possible, I would like. His voice trembles. His word is full of holes of doubt. The universe hears the
scroll
doubt.
through WAP, you're going to find hundreds of
The doubt annuls creation. The king says, let it be done, be I order. His voice is firm. He does not shout, for he does not need to shout. Authority does not require volume, it requires certainty. This is the Creator's way of speaking, the decree. Jesus the Nazarene, great master of this law, did not ask the disease to leave, please. He said, rise and walk and come out of him. Peace, be still. He used the imperative mood. He spoke to the elements as one speaks to servants. You must recover that lost authority. The elements of your life, your money, your body, your relationships, are waiting for a clear order. They have been in chaos because their master has been silent or babbling. Stand up in the center of your world. Do not ask for the storm to cease. Order peace to manifest. Say, I decree that divine abundance flows to me now. I declare that my body is strong and sacred. Do not ask for the storm to cease. Order peace to manifest. Say, I decree that divine abundance.
I decree that divine abundance flows to me now. I decree that divine abundance flows to me now. I decree that divine abundance flows to me now. I decree that divine abundance flows to me now. I decree that divine abundance flows to me now. I decree that divine abundance flows to me now. Jesus. I decree that divine abundance flows to me now. I decree that divine abundance flows to me. Flows to me now. I decree that divine abundance flows to me now.
Flows to me now. I declare that my body is strong and sacred. I order this path to open. At first, your voice will tremble, frightened by its own audacity. But if you persist, you will feel how the scepter of power returns to your hand. The universe loves one who commands with justice. Be the unpronounceable name I am. At the burning bush, Moses asked the voice what its name was. The voice responded, I am that I am. This is not just a name. It is the formula of existence. I am, Ehyeh, is the master key of creation. It is the union of spirit, I, with existence, AM. Every time you pronounce these two words, you are invoking the name of God. You are applying it to yourself. What you add after the I am is the form that God will take in your life. It is an inflexible mathematical law. If you say, I am poor, you are taking the infinite power of God and forcing it to embody poverty. It is a metaphysical blasphemy. If you say, I am clumsy, you are condemning divine intelligence to act with clumsiness through you. Watch your I ams as a hawk watches its prey. Never, under any circumstances, End that sentence with something
these shadow
you wish to
operators who
see
don't even have
manifested in your flesh. Even if your body is sick, do not say, I am sick. Say, I am going through a purification, but keep your identity high. I am perfect health in essence. You do not lie in saying this. You are affirming spiritual truth, so that physical truth aligns with it. Use the name to elevate yourself. I am the open door that no man can shut. I am the light of the world. I am the resurrection and the life. Repeat it until your cells vibrate with the truth of your origin.
I am the
Voicey the word
resurrection and
diet,
the
the
life.
fast of speech. Just as you care for what enters your mouth so as not to sicken the body, you must care for what leaves it so as not to sicken your destiny.
a profile
I
picture.
propose a fast of negative words. For 7 days, make a blood pact with yourself. Strictly forbid yourself from using the words of the slave. Eliminate from your vocabulary. Try, attempt. This is the word of anticipated failure. He who attempts does
But are
not
making
do.
tens of thousands
He
of
who tries is admitting he expects to fail.
dollars behind the scenes,
Master
just
does
like
not
Zach
try.
and Kevin here.
Master
And as I
does
said,
or
most
does
of these
not.
creators had no
Hopefully,
up. You're going to
I
find
don't
hundreds
use
of these
words
shadow
to doubt.
operators who don't
They
even
place
have a
power
profile
outside
picture,
human
but are making
chance.
tens of thousands
Substitute them with I trust or I know. I can't. This phrase closes the doors of the mind. The moment you say it, your brain stops looking for solutions. Substitute it with how can I? But, the killer of the previous sentence, I love you, but substitute it with and, be the guardian of your mouth. If you catch yourself saying a foolish thing, stop dead. Say has cancel, cancel, and reformulate the sentence immediately with the truth. At first it will be exhausting, for you will realize that your daily language is rotten with negativity. But as you clean your tongue, you will clean your life. Zero to the seal of silence, the law
of
of
dollars behind the
hermeticism.
scenes, just like
There are moments for the decree, and there are moments for the great silence. The ancient alchemists knew that the vessel where the transmutation occurs must be hermetically sealed. If you open the lid ahead of time, the sacred vapor escapes, and the gold does not form. When you have a great desire, a new project, or a nascent love, be quiet. Do not run to tell it to fools. Do not seek the approval of neighbors. Do not expose your tender seed to the wind of foreign opinion. People, in their ignorance or envy, will tell you, that's impossible, be careful, you can't. And their words, like acid, will fall upon your confidence and burn it. Furthermore, there is a hidden mystery. Speaking dissipates energy. The internal pressure you feel for your desire is the fuel necessary to realize it. It is like the steam in a boiler. If you talk too much about what you are going to do, you release it. You release that pressure through your mouth. Your brain feels the satisfaction of having told it and loses the impulse to do it. The chatterbox never achieves anything. The silent man moves the world. Keep your secret. Let the pressure grow within you until it forces you to act. Let your results speak for you. Let your success make the noise. Verhit, the blessing to speak well. The word bless, bendicere, comes from the Latin benedicere. It means literally to speak well. The word curse, maldicere, comes from maldicere. It means to speak ill. You do not need to be an ordained priest to bless. You have the priestly power on your tongue. Bless everything you touch. Bless your money when you pay it, so that it serves the one who receives it and returns to you multiplied. Bless your body, even if it hurts, to remind it of its holiness. Bless your food, and the most difficult, bless your enemies. This is not morality, it is spiritual warfare strategy. When someone attacks you and you bless them, you create an impenetrable shield of light. Their hatred bounces off your blessing and cannot touch you. By speaking well of them, you rise above their mire. You transform the energy of conflict into energy of grace. Walk through the world as a dispenser of silent blessings. Speak well of the rain. Speak well of the sun. Speak well of the stranger passing by. By doing this, you permeate your atmosphere with a vibration so high that misfortune cannot breathe in your presence. Zaike, the Creator's oath. Traveler, the word is the double-edged sword that comes out of your mouth. Until today you have cut yourself with it, playing like a child with a sharp weapon. Today we give you the scabbard and the hilt. Make this oath before heaven and earth. From this day forward my mouth shall serve only the truth. My mouth shall serve only the truth of my heart. I will not speak of what I do not want to see. I will not lend my tongue to slander nor complaint. My words shall be seeds of light. When I speak, it shall be to build. And when I cannot build, my silence shall be my offering. The world was made by the word. Your world is made by your word. Speak with care, speak with love, speak with power. Because the universe is listening, and its only response to your voice is, be it so. Let it be done according to your word. Chapter 5, The Secret Fire, the Transmuting Emotion. Though I have the gift of prophecy, and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith, so that I could remove mountains, but have not love, I am nothing. 1 Corinthians 13:2. The wind fans the flame, but it is the heat that melts the iron. Thought without fire is like a cold sword. It cuts, but it cannot change its shape. Alchemical aphorism. Contemplate the blacksmith at his forge. He has the heavy hammer, will, in his hand, and upon the anvil rests the iron bar, reality. The blacksmith desires to transform that coarse bar into a noble and sharp sword. He can strike the cold iron with all his might, day and night until his arms bleed and the hammer breaks. But cold iron is stubborn. It will barely bend, and if forced too much, it will shatter. To mold the metal, the blacksmith needs the primordial element, the fire. Only when the iron is submerged in the burning embers and turns red, white, and liquid does it yield to the strike of the hammer. It becomes docile, it becomes plastic. You, Creator, have been trying to mold your life by striking cold iron. You have used the force of your intellect. You have repeated words without feeling them. You have visualized dry images in your mind. And you wonder why reality is so hard, why it resists your desires, why it breaks before it changes. It is because you lack the secret fire. You lack the temperature necessary to melt the substance of destiny. That fire is emotion. The ancient alchemists did not seek to turn vulgar lead into metallic gold to enrich themselves. That was the smokescreen for fools. They sought internal alchemy. They sought to transmute the lead of dense emotions, fear, anger, sadness, into the gold of the spirit, love, gratitude, ecstasy. They knew that the universe does not respond
Zach
to
and
what you
Kevin
think,
here. And as
but to what you feel. Thought gives the form, but feeling gives it life. Today we enter the forge of the heart to light the flame that must never go out. By the clay statue, the dead thought. Legend has it that certain mages could create men of clay to serve them. They modeled the clay with anatomical perfection, eyes, mouth, hands, but the statue remained inert on the ground. It lacked the breath of life. It lacked the heartbeat. A thought without emotion is a clay statue. You can close your eyes and imagine that you are rich. You can see the gold coins piled up. You can see your land stretching to the horizon. But if while you see that, your heart remains cold, or worse yet, if your heart trembles with fear of current poverty, the image dies before it is born. The universe is a great blind hound. It does not see you, it smells you. And the scent of the
most of
soul
these
is
creators
emotion. If you smell of fear, the universe bites you. If you smell of confidence, the universe follows you. It does not matter how beautiful the words are that come out of your mouth. If the vibration contradicts them, the vibration wins. Emotion is the magnetic language. Thought is electric, it sends the signal. Emotion is magnetic, it attracts the event. Without magnetism, the signal is lost in the eternal void. They are the sacred marriage, king and queen. In ancient Hermetic engravings, one often sees the image of a king, the sun, and a queen, the moon, uniting in a mystical fountain. It is the hieros gamos, the sacred marriage. It represents the union necessary for all creation. The king is the intellect, the idea, the pattern, the masculine seed. The queen is the heart, the feeling. The king alone is sterile, the queen alone is chaotic. An idea without emotion is dead philosophy. An emotion without an idea is hysteria or madness. But when the king, a clear idea, lies with the queen, a deep love for
had
that
no
idea,
products to
the son is born. The sun is the physical
sell,
manifestation.
despite their fault.
You must become the priest who officiates this wedding within yourself every day. Do not allow your mind to wander one way and your heart another. If your mind thinks of health, but your heart feels the terror of disease, there is a divorce in your kingdom. And as scripture says, Every house divided against itself shall not stand. You must make your heart fall in love with your thoughts. You must seduce your own soul with the beauty of your vision until the heart opens and says, yes, I accept this truth. When mind and heart become one, the mountain moves. 30. The scale of metals from lead to gold. What is emotion? It is not something that happens to you. It is not the weather. Emotion is energy in motion, emotion. It is the secret fire circulating through your subtle veins. Alchemists classified emotions like metals, from the heaviest and darkest to the brightest and purest. The lead, fear, guilt, apathy. It is dense, it weighs, it paralyzes. It absorbs light and does not reflect it. Whoever lives in lead is a black hole. Nothing can come out of him. The iron, anger, frustration. It is hard, hot, and active. It is better than lead because it has movement, but it is destructive and rigid. The copper, desire, longing. It is a conductor. It is the beginning of the search, but longing implies that one does not yet have it. It oxidizes easily with doubt. The silver, peace, acceptance. It is bright, reflective, and valuable. It is the state of calm necessary to
Followers
see.
literally begging to buy something from.
Love, gratitude, joy. It is incorruptible. It is the solar metal. It shines with its own light. It is the state of total connection with the source. Your task as a creator is not to deny the lead. Lead exists. Your task is to transmute it. You cannot manifest a life of gold if your inner furnace is burning lead. The secret fire is the ability to take a dense emotion, raise its frequency through breath and vision, and turn it into fuel. To the great secret, there are no bad emotions.
This is a rare.
Listen well, for this is the mystery that sets the captive free. There are no bad emotions. There is only misdirected energy. Fear is, in essence, a great amount of energy concentrated on a point, focused on what you do not want. It is a very powerful prayer, but inverted. The intensity with which you fear losing a child is the same intensity, fire you need to
Case of a market with high
applied in the opposite direction. The alchemist does not kill fear. He takes the energy of fear, strips away the label of terror, and uses that pure adrenaline to feed his vision. He says,
demand,
I
but
feel a
zero.
great agitation in my chest. I will not call it fear. I will call it excitement before the unknown. I will call it power preparing. By changing the name, he changes the nature of the fire. It stops burning you and starts burning the obstacles. If you feel anger, rejoice. You have plenty of fuel. Anger is the desire for change that has been blocked. Do not suppress it. Do not swallow it, for it will poison you. Take that anger and direct it toward your vision. I am furious with my poverty. Good. I will use this fury not to cry, but to swear that I will never be poor again. I will use this rage as an engine to build my empire. Anger, when sublimated, becomes unwavering determination. The lead has become gold. V, the taste of victory, the feeling of the end. How does pure gold feel?
Supply.
How
Think
does the
about it.
already
Every
fulfilled
other business.
desire feel? Most novices believe it feels like an explosion of euphoria, like fireworks. They try to force a hysterical joy, jumping and screaming. That is not gold. That is pyrite, fool's gold. It is superficial and runs out quickly. The true secret fire, the feeling that materializes worlds, is deep relief. It is peace. Imagine you have been carrying a sack of stones for 10 years, and suddenly someone takes it from you. What do you feel? You don't jump. You sigh. Your shoulders drop. Your breathing becomes deep. You smile softly. You say, thank you, finally it is done. That relief is the energetic signature of manifestation. It implies that the struggle is over. It implies that you already have it. No one feels relief for something they hope to get. One feels relief for what has already been achieved.
Business has to compete for customers.
Close your eyes and imagine the end of your problem. Do not seek excitement. Seek the silence of relief. Bathe in those still waters. That is the most potent magnetic state that exists. The universe cannot resist a mind at peace. Thus anticipated gratitude, the greater magnet. The supreme tool of emotional alchemy is gratitude, but not the gratitude of the common man, who gives
Here,
thanks after
customers,
receiving the gift.
their followers are begging to buy, and no one is selling. Now, What do you think happens when you enter a market like that and simply give people what they here? Customers, okay, their followers are begging to buy, and no one is selling. Now, what do you think happens when you
This has already occurred. Gratitude is the bridge that collapses time. It is impossible to
think
feel
about it?
gratitude
Every
and
other
fear
business
at the
has to
same
compete
time.
for customers. Here,
They are
customers,
incompatible
okay, their
vibrations.
followers
If your
are
heart is full of
begging to
thank
buy,
you, there is
and
no
no
room for
one
worry.
is
Get up every morning and give thanks for perfect health,
demand,
even if
but
your body
zero
hurts.
supply. Think
Give
about it.
thanks for
Every
abundance,
other business has to
even if the
compete for
pantry is
customers.
empty. Give thanks for love, even if the bed is cold. Do it with such conviction that your eyes fill with tears. Cry with gratitude for what is coming. Those tears are the holy water that waters your seed.
Here,
The universe,
customers,
seeing
okay,
such faith, rushes to bring the object of your gratitude to match your emotion. The universe hates a lie. If you feel truth in gratitude, it will make truth in matter. Thus, tending the flame, emotional hygiene.
their followers
Secret
are
fire is
begging to
sacred, but it is
buy,
also delicate.
and no one is
The
selling.
wind of
Now,
the world blows hard and wants to blow out your candle. News of tragedies, the wailing of neighbors, the envy of the mediocre. All that is cold water thrown upon your forge. You must become the guardian of the fire. Anciently, in the temples, there were virgins or priests whose only job was to ensure that the sacred flame never went out. If the flame died, the temple fell. You are that priest. Your chest is the temple. Your joy is the flame. Protect your emotion as you would protect a newborn. Do not allow just anyone to enter your temple with the dirty shoes of complaint. Stay away from those who love tragedy. Do not drink the poison of bad news before sleeping. If you feel your vibration dropping, stop. Leave everything. Return to silence. Breathe. Remember who you are. Light the flame again with a memory of love or a vision of the future. Do not act, do not speak, and do not decide anything while your fire is low. Sadness, fear. Decisions made in the cold of fear always create more cold. Wait until the fire is high to forge your destiny. Fate, the offering burning the victim. In every ancient ritual, a sacrifice was required. To obtain the favor of the gods, something had to be burned on the altar.
what do you think happens when
I
you
do not
enter a
ask
market?
you for the blood of a lamb. The universe does not want that. I ask you for a greater sacrifice. You must put your victim on the altar. You must burn your identity of poor me. You must burn your excuses. You must burn your story of pain. The secret fire requires fuel. What better fuel than your old traumas? Take all your painful past, all the times they told you that you were worthless, all the betrayals, and throw them into the fire of your heart. Watch them burn. Not with resentment, but with purpose. Thank you, past pain, for being the wood that today warms my home. Thank you, darkness, for making my light shine. Let the victim die in the flames, so that the creator can be born from the ashes. No one can be both things at the same time. Fire purifies, fire releases. Chapter 6. The Open Hand. The Law of Detachment. If you want to retain water, do not clench your fist, for it will slip through your fingers. Make of your hand an open cup, and the water will stay with you. Taoist Proverbs. That which you pursue flees from you. That which you set free returns to you, for freedom is the only condition love and abundance accept to stay. Desert Teachings. Contemplate the royal archer. He has drawn the bow with the strength of his arm, intention. He has looked at the target with the eye of an eagle, imagination. He has felt the fire of victory in his chest, emotion. But now, for the arrow to fly and hit the center, he must do something that seems to contradict all his previous effort. He must let go. He must open his fingers. He must renounce control of the arrow. If the archer loves the arrow so much that he refuses to release the string, or if he is so afraid of failing that his fingers seize up, the shot will never happen. The arrow will fall at his feet, useless. The target is reached only through abandonment. Traveler, you have learned to clean the mirror, to weave on the loom, and to light the fire. But now you find yourself on the threshold, where most apprentices fail. You have created such a beautiful image of your desire. You have fallen
Market
so
like
in
that
love with
and
it
simply give
that you
people
have
what
clung
they
to it with
desperately want
desperation.
already.
You squeeze it against your chest. You watch it day and night. You are terrified of losing it, and in doing so, you are suffocating it. The law of detachment, or the open hand. is the supreme lesson of trust. It teaches that one cannot possess what one is not willing to release. It teaches that need is the greatest repellent of creation. Today we will learn to open the hand. We will learn that letting go is not losing. Letting go is the only way to receive. Play the paradox of the sand, the fear of loss. Walk to the beach and take a handful of dry sand.
You
Hold your
make a
palm
shit
open and
ton of
flat.
money.
The sand stays there, still secure. But now, close your fist tightly. Try to secure the sand. Squeeze your fingers with panic so that not a single grain escapes. What happens? The sand begins to slip through the cracks of your fingers. The more you squeeze, the more you lose. In the end, when you open your fist, hardly anything is left. This is the tragedy of the sleeping man. He believes that control is security. He believes that worrying, watching, guarding, and manipulating are ways of caring for his desire. He believes that if he stops thinking about his desire for a single instant,
Excuse my French. Now, to test this out,
in the realm
I shared
of the invisible, tension is a blockage. The universe is energy in constant flow. If you contract, fear, attachment, you interrupt the flow. You become a dam that stops the water, and stagnant water rots. For your desire to manifest, it must have space to breathe. It must be able to move. When you attach yourself with desperation to the result, it has to be this way, it has to be now. I cannot be happy if it doesn't happen. You are emitting a signal of absolute lack. You are shouting to the universe, I do not trust you. I believe this is difficult. I believe it is escaping me. And the Great Mirror, Chapter 1, Faithful to Your Emission, will show you that effectively it is escaping you. The golden idol, the trap of importance. When you desire something too much, you commit a metaphysical sin. You turn your desire into an idol. You put it on a pedestal, very high, unreachable. And you place yourself below, small, kneeling, pleading. Oh, great desire, money, love, fame. You are everything to me. Without you I am nothing. Please come to me. Listen well. Energy never flows upward. Water always seeks the lowest level. If you put your desire above you, you make it energetically impossible to reach. You repel it. You have given it too much importance. You have created an excessive potential, as the sages of transurfing teach. Nature always seeks balance. If there is too much tension at one point, it will send contrary winds to knock that tension down. If you give a life or death importance to a result, the universe, to balance you, will take the result away. Not out of cruelty, but to relieve the tension and return you to the center. To manifest, you must bring the idol down from the pedestal. You must look your desire in the eyes as an equal. You must say, I love you, I choose you, I prefer you. But I do not need you to breathe. My source of life is my own soul, not you. This attitude of healthy indifference or cold intention is irresistible. When you take the dramatic charge away from the desire, it becomes light. And what is light flies fast toward you. First, the hunt of the shadow, pursuing versus attracting. Imagine you want to catch a stray cat. If you run after it shouting, come here, I need you, the cat will flee terrified. Your hunter energy turns it into prey, and the instinct of the prey is to flee. But if you sit quietly, take out a little food, and pretend you don't care about the cat, if you go about your business calmly, the cat, moved by curiosity and hunger, will approach you. Your desire is the cat. Most men live in hunt mode. They pursue money. They pursue love. They pursue success. They are exhausted, sweaty, and frustrated. The Creator does not pursue. The Creator attracts. The Creator becomes the flower full of nectar. The flower does not run after the bee. The flower simply is, and its fragrance, its vibration, forces the bee to come. Detachment is the fragrance of the flower. It is the sign that you are so full, so complete in yourself, that you don't have to steal anything from the world. The world, fascinated by your completeness, runs to offer you its treasures. Stop running, sit on your throne, open your hand. What is for you will find you. For the necessary void, the law of space. For something new to enter your life, something old must leave. It is the law of the void. You cannot fill a cup that is already full of sour wine. First, you must empty it. Many ask for a new love, but they continue sleeping with the ghosts of their ex-lovers, keeping their letters, checking their tracks. Their cup is full of the past. There is no room for the present. Many ask for wealth but have their houses crammed with broken and useless objects they keep just in case. That just in case is a decree of fear of future
A
scarcity.
4-step shadow operating strategy with a small group of clients inside of
You must
Maltese.
demonstrate your faith by making space. Clean your house. Throw away the old. Give away what you don't use. Pay your debts, energetic and monetary.
They would have one conversation, just
Grudge occupies an immense space in the closet of the soul. By letting go of the old, you create a vacuum of suction. Nature abhors a vacuum. The moment you create a clean space, the universe rushes to fill it. Open the windows. Let the stale air out. Detachment is the cleaning that prepares the arrival of the royal
one
guest.
and walk away with
The
instant
solitary wanderer, sovereignty. The greatest fear that prevents detachment is the fear of loneliness. We believe we are halves looking for another half. But in the Creator's manual, there are no fractions. You are the one. You were born
access to
complete,
20, 50, or
you
even
will die complete.
100,000
All that you
engaged
add to your
buyers.
life,
Then they would use
money, fame, are ornaments, not load-bearing structures. If your happiness depends on an external pillar, you are a slave to that pillar. If the pillar trembles, you collapse. Detachment is the recovery of your sovereignty. It is reaching the point of saying, I am happy with you, but I can also be happy without you. This sounds cold to the sleeping romantic, but it is the purest form of love, because only when you do not need the other can you truly love them. If you need them, you use them. You use them to cover your gap, to calm your fear, to pay your bills. That is not love. It is parasitism. Only he who is full can give. Only he who is free can unite with another without chaining himself. Practice sacred solitude. Find your center. When you discover that your peace is unshakable and does not depend on the external weather, you will have mastered the world. Fixe the farmer's faith sleeping peacefully.
AI to create a very simple digital product for these.
And then he goes to dinner and to sleep. He does not stay all night at the edge of the furrow, shouting, crying, doubting. He detaches himself. He trusts that the earth will do its work. On pre or gap, detachment is the actions. You are the one. You were born complete, and you will die complete. All that you add to your life, partner, money, fame, are ornaments, not load-bearing structures. If your happiness depends on an external pillar, you are a slave to that pillar. If the pillar trembles, you collapse. Detachment is the recovery of your sovereignty. It is reaching the point of saying, I am happy with you, but I can also be happy without you.
I am happy with you, but I can also be happy without you. Fucking.
This sounds cold to the sleeping romantic.
Leave the baby.
But it is the purest form of love, because only when you do not need the other can you truly love them. If you need, I am happy with you, but I can also be happy without you. This sounds cold to the sleeping romantic, but it is the purest form of love, because only when you do not need the other Can you truly love them? If you need them, you use them. You use them to cover your gap. To calm your fear. To pay your bills. That is not love. It is parasite.
Creators and keep 30% of the total revenue that it generated. 9,000, 15,000, 20,000, even more from a single product with someone else's name and face on it. The creator stayed in the spotlight while our users and our clients stayed in the shadows. Both got rich. We called it the shadow operator method. And once you understand how it works, you will never look at online business the same way again, because while everyone else is fighting for customers, These shadow operators are quietly banking more than the big influencers that everyone is watching. In fact, there's a large chance that your favorite creators who you know are making lots of money have a shadow operator. You just simply never knew about it. It is very rare for a creator to make money without a shadow operator. Just like an athlete, movie star or musician is very likely to not have an agent. So, do you want me to break down to you the 4-step method on how to close your first creator partnership? and launch a product to their audience with the potential to make multiple 5 figures in sales. Let me know if that want me to break down to you the 4-step method on how to close your first creator partnership and launch a product to their audience with the potential to make multiple 5 figures in sales. Let me know if that something you guys want me to share. Let me and by the way, guys, if that is something you want me to share, drop a shadow operator in the chat. Yes, let me see a bunch of shadow operators and we'll get into it. Any improvement?
Yeah, much better.
Much better. Also, let me know, guys. Drop a shadow operator and let me know, has there been any improvement in the video? Audio, I know, is all good. And we'll go from there. And guys, once again, just remember, you have to be here live in order to get all of the goodies at the end. Shadow operator, shadow operator, shadow operator. Love it. Shadow operator. Hashtag shadow operator. Love it. Seems like you guys are super, super excited. Beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, guys, let's just let me know. Someone said smooth operator. I love that. Let me know if audio is all good, video is all good, awesome audio, live is good, beautiful, beautiful. All right, cool. Yes, 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 yes. So it's all good now? Yep. All right, beautiful. Well, in that case, we can get back into it. With that being said, let's get into it, okay? Process is simple, just like all beautiful things in life. Number one, you are going to find creators that you can easily partner with and monetize their audience with a digital product for a slice of the profits. Number two, you're going to reach out to these creators, showing that you can help them, hint, hint, by actually helping them. And this is where we really start taking advantage of AI. And I'm going to show you how to do that in just a second. Number 3, you're going to help them develop a simple digital product using the content that they already have, so that way you don't have to create anything yourself. And then number 4, and that's going to be promoted to their audience. using a proven strategy that any beginner can execute in 14 days with just a few Instagram stories, especially with the help of AI. My favorite thing about this process is this: it removes all of the risk. You only partner with creators you know will be profitable, who have pre-existing audiences you can sell to. You don't ever need to work worry about where the sales are going to come from because the creator already built a buyer audience for you. At no point in this process will you need to risk any money. And you can, and by the way, guys, you can know how to do this almost down to the penny, okay, with the digital product. And I'm going to show you actually how to calculate this with the profit calculator. If you compare this to other models that show you how to make money online, many of them how to do this almost down to the penny, okay, with the digital product. And I'm going to show you actually how to calculate this with the profit calculator. If you compare this to other malls that show you how to make money online, many of them are hard to tell if they will work. And most often, they don't work for those that try them, no matter how hard they try. Here, sales are almost guaranteed because the audience is already there. Okay, it's the exact same reason I've managed to do well for myself, because I have a loyal audience. And with the shadow operator method, you get the same competitive advantage. without spending years and years trying to build this audience yourself off. So, with that being said, let's get into the steps. Do you mind if I go a bit technical here for a second? Let me know in the chat if you guys mind if we get a little technical here on out. Okay? I assure you, okay, you will have to learn some details and it may feel a little overwhelming at first, but if you can just work your way through it, I guarantee you the riches are on the other side. So just let me know in the chat if you guys are all cool. If we go get a little technical for just a hot sec. And yes, 100%. Hell yeah. Okay. Hashtag shadow operator, hashtag shadow operator. Interested. Cool. Yes. Okay, cool. Seems like you guys are fine with that. So look, the benefits from what you'll get from today's session will come from enduring the pain of overwhelm, okay? The lazy people who cannot handle a little discomfort, unfortunately, I have nothing to say except you're going to be stuck, okay? I'm in this presentation and over our 5 days together, I'm not going to try to like make you feel warm and cozy and fuzzy and try to sell you lies of what's possible and what's not possible. And like this will involve work, okay? Now you can make it 99 times easier if you go for a done for you solution, but if you're going to do it yourself, it's going to take time and effort. That's just the case, okay? So are you in with me here for a technical part, even if it takes a little bit of work? Seems like you guys are. Cool. So now that we agreed to get technical here, the first thing you need to understand is this: you should never shadow operate
I was made to win. I was made to rise. I was made to win. Mm-mm. I was made to win. I was made to rise. I was made to win. I was made to win. I was made to rise. Oh, I was made to win. Oh, win. Oh, win. I was made to win. I was made to rise. I was made to win. Oh, win. Oh, win. Oh, win. I was made to win. I was made to rise. Was made to win. I was made to win. I was made to rise. I was made to win. Oh, win. Ooh, yeah, baby.
a creator without first knowing how much money you can make from their audience. With a basic math equation,
That's all the past now, so forget that. That's all the past. That is the present moment. I was made to win. I was made to rise. I was made to win. Oh, oh, I was made to win. I was made to rise. Made to win. Mm, mm. I trust the process. I am ready.
and one resource, you can figure this out, okay? In a matter of minutes, you can know how, okay? In a matter of minutes, once you know how, you can look at a creator and know their profit potential. And do not worry about having to do the math here. Once again, in today's workbook, I'm going to give you a calculator, so that way all you need to do is input the numbers and it will do all of the work for you. So here's how we do this. The first thing we need to do is know the price of this digital product, and that's super easy. You can basically pick any price you want. My recommendation is anywhere from $150 to $300. Yes, I want you to understand this is slightly higher, okay, than the normal when it comes to pricing. That's because the creator already has an audience, expertise, and demand, okay? They have every single competitive advantage. So because they have an audience, expertise, and demand, okay, it is easier to command a higher price, which means that you can make a lot more money sooner, okay? So $150 to $300, you cannot go wrong with that. It works for any. Industry. So now that we know the price, the next part the formula is the number of followers. Okay.
Yeah, let's begin to. I trust the process. I am ready. I finally completed my primary task. Now for me to now do the next one. Let's go to the next one. I hope you guys have done yours.
Test, test, test. We're here at the Coop Television Studio, production studio. We're getting ready to go live. I can't touch any of the lights because Drew, the tech guy, my main tech guy, will kind of like freak out. But you can see some, and you can just check this out. It's a brand new studio, millions of dollars. Wait a minute. We got a brand new mixer board here. You can see. And we got all new monitors and lights, and we're just getting ready to have a live Cook TV, spiritual TV show. So I wish you guys a lot of Shappy, a lot of love. And if you've never seen the TV show, we go out live every Monday night to over 9 million viewers. And it's a lot of fun. We're on our 8th
After almost 6 years of this one question can stop almost any argument in seconds. As I'm about to explain why most people are
I'm still wondering how
most
come.
arguments don't start because someone said something wrong. They start because they felt something different than you meant. You say something normal, they react emotionally, and you sit there thinking, what just happened? So you start explaining yourself. That's not what I meant. That was not my intention. And somehow it only makes things worse. Because people don't react to your intention. They react to the meaning your words created inside them. People who are good in communication, they never defend themselves first. They pause and ask this question. What did that feel like when I said that? What did you hear when I said that? And when someone feels understood, their brain stops defending and finally starts listening.
I want to still check out this thing again because, like, she does psychology.
This one question is
Because she doesn't have no email.
this one question can stop almost.
We've seen people talk about
This one question can stop almost any argument in seconds. As psychology explains. I hate it when people are like, just date guys that like. Let's volunteer at the animal shelter. Oh, is it the 31st for you? I already scouted out a couple dogs that I want to walk, and I found the first one. Her name is Zeta, and she's a 2-year-old husky. You want to go on a walk?
Sit down, sit down. That's a good dog. Oh.
So Miss Kira here is 7 years old. She was surrendered by her owner, and she is the sweetest girl. Hi, Mama. You want to come here? Sit. 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 Good sit. Good sit, baby. Stay. Stay long enough down in a good photo. Okay, you. You're so slobbery.
Hmm.
Why I do so many things by myself. And the short answer to that is that I've learned to love it. It's actually one of my preferred things to do. But the long answer is that I had to, and I have to in my mind. Because when I was younger, I moved around quite a bit when I was before first grade. So I just like beautiful. I like to peaceful now. We're gonna go anyways and see if we can I'm this natural person that I will start a conversation. I'm Taylor, I'm 31, I'm single. In the past year, I decided to date more than water. So let's do my 2025 dating round. This year started young and I haven't really been into kids. I really want to focus on less expectations around dating and having more fun. Welcome to my 2025 dating round. There have been a total of 16 romantic encounters. We went on 2 dinner dates. We had 2 drink dates that turned into dinner dates. Had one lunch. It's come to my attention, a lot of you are used to dating men who don't actually like women. And those experiences, along with what we hear online and see from public figures, has led you to believe that all men are bad, or at least that the vast majority of them are. Now, don't get me wrong, there are definitely bad men. enthusiastic and excited about their accomplishments at first, eventually, without fail, they will dim your light. Not only do you become like the five people that you surround yourself the most, so obviously if you're dating somebody, they're going to become one of those people, which is why you should date.
Actually, like.
Here's some unpopular Christian dating advice. Don't date to marry. You heard it here first. Date to see if you actually like the person. And narcissists are very great at the first couple. Narcissists are very great at the first couple of dates. They're charismatic, they love others, and the ones who typically make really great long-term partners are not the ones who are the best at dating. There are two different sets of skills. Narcissists are very great at the first couple of
and then take a shot. Take a shot, take a sip. And when do you take a sip? Every time you say what? Okay, so number one is if they think you're too much, you're in the wrong room. Okay, Chris Jenner. No, she said if they say no, you're talking to the wrong person, which is also true. But this one is, I like this one better because I feel like when you're growing up and you're in your 20s, you're around so many different kinds of people, and you don't really know like who's really your friend, what they're around for, and there's people that you don't necessarily align with, but everybody's your friend, and you're out and you're partying. I think like when I turned 30 is when I really started making my circle smaller and really focusing on the quality of people that I was hanging out with. But yeah, I just think you have to put yourself in the right rooms because if you want to keep growing and you want to get to your full potential, you should be in the right room. So again, if they think you're too much, you're definitely in the wrong room because you should be with people that are either on your level or better. Do you say one thing you learned in your 30s and then take a shot? Take a shot, take a sip. And when do you take a sip? Every time you say what? Okay, so number one is if they think you're too much, you're in the wrong room. Okay, Chris Jenner. No, she said if they say no, you're talking to the wrong person, which is also true. But this one is, I like this one better because I feel like when you're growing up and you're in your 20s, you're around so many different kinds of people, and you don't really know like who's really your friend, what they're around for, and there's people that you don't necessarily align with, but everybody's your friend, and you're out and you're partying. I think like when I turned 30 is when I really started making my circle smaller and really focusing on the quality of people that I was hanging out with. But yeah, I just think you have to put yourself in the right rooms because if you want to keep growing and you want to get to your full potential, you should be in the right room. So again, if they think you're too much, you're definitely in the wrong room because you should be with people that are either on your level or better. Do you say one thing you learned in your 30s and then take a shot? Take a shot, take a sip. And when do you take a sip? Every time you say what? Okay, so number one is if they think you're too much, you're in the wrong room. Okay, Chris Jenner. No, she said if they say no, you're talking to the wrong person, which is also true. But this one is, I like this one better because I feel like when you're growing up and you're in your 20s, you're around so many different kinds of people, and you don't really know like who's really your friend, what they're around for, and there's people that you don't necessarily align with, but everybody's your friend, and you're out and you're partying. I think like when I turned 30 is when I really started making my circle smaller and really focusing on the quality of people that I was hanging out with. But yeah, I just think you have to put yourself in the right rooms because if you want to keep growing and you want to get to your full potential, you should be in the right room. So again, if they think you're too much, you're definitely in the wrong room because you should be with people that are either on your level or better. Do you say one thing you learned in your 30s and then take a shot? Take a shot, take a sip. And when do you take a sip? Every time you say what? Okay, so number one is if they think you're too much, you're in the wrong room. Okay, Chris Jenner. No, she said if they say no, you're talking to the wrong person, which is also true. But this one is, I like this one better because I feel like when you're growing up and you're in your 20s, you're around so many different kinds of people, and you don't really know like who's really your friend, what they're around for, and focusing on the quality of people that I was hanging out with. But yeah, I just think you have to put yourself in the right rooms because if you want to keep growing and
One date per week for the first month.
Ah, this is weird. was that? That's what was that?
These are some of the things I've learned as a dating coach and matchmaker. These are some of the things. And of course, I'm going to ask the question. And of course, communication dropped off after a few days. Communication.
Modern dating is basically just a welfare program for mediocre men that's paid for.
He has a quiz. Oh, never lose your life, Los Angeles. What does it talk about?
This man started texting me back and he just followed this girl on Instagram and I'm just not sure what he wants. A man is supposed to make your life easier. That's it. Simple. Not have you feeling like you need to check into the psych ward. Not have you calling your friends. But he's not doing this. Annoying them because you're dealing with a dude who sucks. Don't call me. I'll tell you you're not in your queen energy. You're in a peasant poverty mindset. Begging this guy for a drop of attention when there's a king on the other side of your desperation for you. Get out of this psycho state you're in. Drop this loser because you're inviting loser energy in when you're giving energy to a loser. You're saying to yourself, I'm a loser. This is what I'm worthy of. I'm worthy of a guy who doesn't text back, who's following all these girls on Instagram. That's what you think you're worthy of? If you were real and you really thought you were the bad you are, you would say, I'm not going to deal with this. I'm done today. Done. I'm worthy of a king who gives me queen energy. That's all I'm dealing with. Sorry. This man started texting me back and he just followed this girl on Instagram
Is
and
he
I'm just
gay?
not sure what he wants.
Oh my god. Christian Walker. I don't even know. Anyways, let's
For
do.
all my unmarried girlies, are y'all ever just kind of like, where the hell is my husband? I'm out here dealing with all these broke men and losers and you're just nowhere to be found? Where are you? Now, without your sister, it's tough. For all my unmarried girlies, are y'all ever just kind of like, where the hell is my husband? I'm out here dealing with all these broke men and losers and you're just nowhere to be found? Where are you? Now, without your sister, it's tough. For all my unmarried girlies, are y'all ever
Okay,
just kind of
let's
like,
do.
wonderful counselor, everlasting Father, Prince of Peace, King of Kings, Lord of Lords, Jehovah Rapha, Jehovah. This man's on texting. Modern dating is basically.
Rules for women. Standards for my time. You're free to do whatever you want. These are mine. If I plan a date and something comes up, that's fine. No problem. But it's on you to offer the next availability. I lead. I don't chase. Early dating is not sponsorship. If you're asking me to fund basics that you should already be doing, we're not aligned. I'm not looking for a woman to pay, but I am looking to see if you want to contribute. Your effort matters and will be noticed. I'm not even gonna let you, but I want to see you offer. At some point, I want to hear you say the words thank you to either me or the waitstaff. Just once, at least once. Gratitude costs nothing, and it shows everything. If I offer to pick you up, Respect for time is respect for the person. I live an active life. If movement or working out together feels like a chore, we are not compatible. I don't need constant texting, but I do need mutual effort. There's a difference between being busy and being disengaged. Basic hygiene is not negotiable. It's not about perfection, it's about self respect. I'm drawn to feminine, warm, nurturing energy. That's not something I teach, it's something I notice. And this one matters. I don't date women who don't take accountability. If everything is always everyone else's fault, there will be no future. Growth requires responsibility on both sides. These aren't demands, they're filters. And the right woman doesn't argue with standards, she fits them. These aren't rules for women, they're standards for my time.
Nothing's planned for you. I will find one.
So what's an attachment style?
Okay. Ah.
So what's an attachment?
Online dating is online marketing. Most of you think that dating apps. The worst way to have the exclusive talk is to sit each other down, have a formal conversation, and asking questions like, where is this going? Do we see a potential of having a future together? This is such an ineffective way to communicate and negotiate your needs and wants, and if you do it this way, it's very unlikely that you won't get the outcome that you're looking for. Unfortunately, in modern dating, when lots of times intimacy happens.
Let me check. Stand still. Let's tell you stand still. Hmm.
More commitment. Online dating. And when you're dating casually, like I think it's less about becoming pen pals and chatting for weeks and then deciding to meet up. And like really, probably something being single for 6 years and getting married in 6 months taught me is that God graces imperfect action. We seem to think that there's this. You can't date someone hot and then get mad that other people find him hot. That's like the rule, right? My boyfriend likes to make videos on TikTok and people absolutely love it. They thirst over him. They're ridiculous and they have most insane comments. And it personally doesn't affect me.
What? What? I don't even know.
Lana Del Rey is really on something. I just started dating that country guy. Anyways, you want some?
Hey, do you like the cat? Um, I don't know where she's going. I'm Bailey. I'm her boyfriend.
Hmm.
This is probably the scariest thing I've ever done, but my name is Sakano, and this is my application to be part of the SI Swimsuits 2026 photography. I've had major struggles with food and body image my entire life, and I feel like just recently I've finally overcome them, so now all I want to do is truly promote and practice me eating real good food that actually fuels you and moving your body in any way that feels good and no restrictions, especially in today's world where it's the new beauty standard to be as humanly thin as possible. I want to come on here and tell you to decenter food and decenter being skinny and that you are so much more than your body. I'm just trying to be the person that I wish I had when I was younger because I feel like we can make such a positive difference and true change starts within. I'm thank you for me. So what's meant to be will be, but I think it'd be really cool if I got this. And thanks for following me and supporting me if you're here and watching. And I'm so glad for what the future holds. Okay, bye. This is probably the
Such a good day.
but I want to break some of them to him because I don't think he knows how crazy they are, and I want to get his reaction. Are you aware of you're getting rejected by them?
I feel like that's the only something going.
I just want to see how you feel about it. Someone said, sorry for stereotyping, but you're giving bisexual liberal cowboy, and I want you so. 3,400 likes.
Sexual liberal cowboy.
Because someone said, the way I audibly gasped when you unzipped.
Hmm?
Thank you, I'm about to remake you on my Sims 4 emoji. 3 likes. You liked it. The way I clenched my pearls when you started taking your clothes off. Okay, Magic Man. The way you spit in my drink. So raw, WWE Sue. Oh my god. Someone said, I might be. You look like a man who deserves his tummy to stop hurting and stay to be. You guys are so sweet. How does that make you feel?
Honestly, I don't really attach myself to anything comments because pretty much every day I'm either getting wondering my sexuality or what. So there's nothing wrong with me. I want to. That's all we're wrong.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
You're gonna date someone hot and then get mad.
Dude, touch me again and you'll find out who I really am. Yeah, right.
Hmm. Oh, I missed. Oh, some. No wonder. No wonder. Oh, I was supposed to put tips. I only put modern dating. Is that what they say? Modern dating tips. Let me see. Here we go.
So I'm pretty stupid trying to date because that's what it starts to do in the 20s. And
Nope.
I'm gonna share with you guys my number one dating tip that will pretty much
Dating. Let's see. Some Boston. Boston.
I'm gonna share
Let's see this guy. Mm,
where's some mo-
yeah.
where's some modern dating?
Ooh.
date the boring guy. Date the boring guy. If you're worried you're running out of time to know that anything important
Third person me.
Coffee date as the first date.
Definitely three. I'm not a fan of the coffee date. I think it sounds like an interview. It's not romantic. It's not playful. Go out for a drink.
Splitting the bill on the first date.
Zero. Nobody should ever split the bill on a first date. The guy always pays. Chivalry is not dead, and you have to court somebody and let the man be the man and the woman be the woman.
A walking date as the first date.
Three. I don't love a walking date in the beginning only because a lot of women want to dress up, wear some heels, and they want some alcohol as to help them. Is number two.
Having a group photo as the first picture on your dating app profile.
Zero. You cannot have your group photo as your first photo because we don't know which one you are. And what if there's somebody more attractive in the picture? So it should only be you.
Sending a thank you text 5 minutes after the first date ends.
Four, I would wait a little bit to send the thank you text, but definitely that night. Let them know you had a good time. If you didn't have a great time, you can send it the next day. But I would wait a week.
Meeting someone at a Lots Club in person then instead of the app.
10. Love an IRL. Meet cute. All of the things in person.
Expecting the guy to plan the entire first date.
9. The guy should definitely plan the first date. There needs to be some level of the man leading, and then the woman can suggest things, but let the man ask, where do you want to go? Well, not where do you want to go, where do you live, and plan the date accordingly.
A coffee date as the first date.
Definitely 3. I'm not a fan of the coffee date. I think it sounds like an interview. It's not romantic. It's not playful. Go out for a drink.
Splitting the bill on the
If you're convinced that you're never going to find a partner because if you were going to find a partner, you would have found them already.
Oh my days. Where is your email? Where is your email? Seriously. Who's like, there is no email in here. Just
If you're convinced that you're never going to find a partner because if you were going to find a partner, you would have found them already, I'm going to offer you this reframe. I haven't met everyone yet. I haven't tried everything. Welcome to day 2 of my IRL dating challenge. You are going to learn how to date IRL confidently this year, and I'm here to show you how. Day 2 is about clearing the noise. The dating world is really noisy, and it's incredibly vulnerable to date. You want something that's not here yet, and the space between those two things can be very difficult. You need to set a boundary with dating as trash content. It's not moving you forward. It's creating confirmation bias in your brain, and your brain is then looking for other reasons that you're right that dating is trash, and that you want to establish that you're right because being right equals being safe in your really primitive lizard brain. Everybody has it, it's really normal, but dating as trash content is only contributing to your hopelessness. It's only contributing to your lack of possibility. It's time to set a boundary and unfollow. With all of the love, it is not time for dating as trash content if you want to build hope and momentum in your love life, especially IRL. Seeing dating as trash content is playing an important role for a lot of people in that it's creating belonging for people. In our increasingly self-isolated world, it's so easy to feel disconnected from others. Dating as trash content can really bring people together with a common enemy. Obviously, this is something so important.
no, she has another person.
How to use dating apps without losing your
dating advice that week one of turning my hair from this to this. The best dating advice that
How do you feel about being single? I kind of just don't even think about it. Is it because you've matured and recognized? How do you feel about being single?
if I could go back and give Venmo transactions are very public and most people don't care about their privacy, apparently. So today we'll be using that to our advantage. Welcome to day 5 of how to destroy a relationship in
Huh?
10 days, where we're meticulously planning to make sure our exes are single for Valentine's Day.
What
Today
the?
you'll need to create a Venmo account with a woman's name. It should be the same name and profile.
Oh my goodness.
If I could go back and give my younger self dating advice, I would want to know these 5 things. Number 1 is to document everything. Screenshots,
Hmm.
if you're thinking about going back to someone who
Dude, you know what actually rips in your 30s? Is just like love, dude. Like, dude, just having your person and just cruising through life with your hottest homie, dude. It's just awesome, man. Like, I'm just having a sleepover with my best friend for the rest of my life, dude. Dude, it's just righteous. I hope everyone gets this, dude, because it's so rad. Dude, you know what actually rips?
your standards are in place for a reason. If you're clear on what you're looking for in a relationship and you're making exceptions to those rules that you've set for yourself, you're going to experience the consequences of those choices later down the line. Now, I'm not talking about compromise. Compromise is a beautiful thing. You get to be flexible in life, and that's okay too. But when you have very clear expectations for what you're looking for from a partner and you make exceptions to those rules, you are going to pay for it later. Your standards are in place for a reason.
Dude, you know what actually?
If you're thinking about going This was like talking to man on a dating app in 2025 and what This was like talking to man
I will have to eat my food now. Side the time, 1 o'clock already. Already 1 o'clock already. Okay. The food I'm eating is really pepperish. Oh, it really is pepperish. Telling you, downstairs I had to clean the toilet. Look how dirty it was. Oh, so good. Vegetable stew. Wow, this food is really nice. Okay, that's come to the end of this video took like that's been like 6 hours. 6 hours. Anyways, it was nice. Today we did primary tax. You did your own primary tax, which was good. So I'll be ending the video today. Hmm. Ah, yeah. So yeah. Hmm. Yeah, so good. So bye. Bye bye.